And welcome back, everyone, again to another week of USL. USL Week 2 with me in this little pre-show section where we're going to talk yet again about how the patches is feeling, how it's gone down. Is basically all of Forged Fury with like, well, I guess Sata isn't here. She wasn't able to make it, but we have SMG here.
Hello.
We got Tempo.
Hello.
And we got Dropleto.
What's up, guys?
Yeah. Forged Fury pre-show is gonna be hitting crazy. I mean, just look at SMG's profile picture. He's here for the mood, for setting expectations of what this one's gonna be. But yeah, we've been playing on this patch now for roughly a week, right? We've had our experiences in both of the leagues. Have had our meta reads, how where we're standing right now, and I feel like it could just be a nice little talking point to start on of like, how has it been feeling for you? Is there like anything you want to point out specifically that you kind of want to talk about or pick up? Because there are a few points, right, that he can be talking about. Stuff like how Era is consistently pick ban in week 1 for both USL and NASL, or maybe even about how certain characters have other win rates as they are right now. I feel like we're just gonna keep it a bit of an open discussion, just kind of fill the time, and I'm gonna just say SMG. You just pick up your favorite topic. What are you kind of on the app about?
I'd like to talk about the goalie meta because, to be honest, I played like more games of goalie recently, and it's been a lot more fun. That you don't feel like the enemy is playing like Atlas, Mako, Asher, and you just lose. I've been having a lot of fun with the momentum boots buff. I think Finny is really OP. I think she was really strong last patch, and she benefits a lot from the momentum boost buff. She's been really nice to play, so I'm excited to see like the goalies who have been like, oh my god, sleeping at the wheel playing Alice Mako actually play a real character for a change.
I am very happy that I don't have to play Atlas Mako as much anymore. I'm probably still gonna lock it because I think Atlas is still like valid of a pick. But yeah, I mean, I think
Mako should always be disturbing, no matter what.
Yeah,
True.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm too much of a hater on Mako at this point. I feel like the change has been too much for me personally, and I feel like she's kind of dropped out of favor with everyone as well. No, like
I don't know. That character's still dash training merchant. 1v million speed boost.
To be honest.
I don't think she's
like
been picked that much, no?
Well, I think a fun fact about goalie picks in at least Nassau, the only characters that weren't picked goalie last weekend were Julie, Centauro, Octavia, and Era.
Wait, no
The rest
Era
were
nets at all?
Hey,
I think they were banned.
They
They're, like,
wanted
banned.
to pick Era in the net.
Yeah, they wanted to, it's just
Oh.
banned or like pick midfield.
Whoa, hey, let's be clear, okay? Shapeshifting had the opportunity to pick it in the net, and he did not. He stuck to
was
being a
almost
little
scared, yeah.
He doesn't have
Mako
the mechanics
kitten.
for that kind of
Yeah.
character, bro. Era's too hard for
Yeah,
him.
you're right.
He
You're
can't
right.
play that. You kidding me?
I bet.
Holy moly. Yeah, so I mean Shape is playing goalie this week, right? For us, but like I do hope he sticks to Maka. I really do. It might be good for us
The good of the
otherwise.
world.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be. I've heard some rumors of more fun rosters of you guys coming out this week, so gonna be excited to see how that one's gonna go. You're playing in Zoo,
Yeah,
right?
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we
gonna
are
be a
playing
movie.
in Zoo. I mean, maybe it would be a bad matchup on the old patch, but I mean, those guys are cooked. I don't know. Their goalie might just pick up Zentaro or something. Yeah, he has no picks left.
I said Taro.
I don't know if you were able to watch last week's pre-show, but we had Nero on here as well, and he always had like a little bit of a sad undertone whenever we were talking about any of the changes. I
Yeah.
wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, that was primary range nerf. Oh man, what a shame. Let's look at the shame.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
but
only
yeah.
if only there was some gear that could make up for that loss. Maybe with like an extra projectile on top of that. If only.
Would be
Sounds
quite
kinda
useful.
OP.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are about goalie nerfs, bro, but Luna is really unpickable, terrible. Deadeye got nerfed, Luna got knocked back, got nerfed. I mean, if you pick that character, it's really like throwing your entire game. I haven't seen that character get like any wins in any league, any level.
You need to change that now. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, let me actually check that. What is Luna's win rate?
Don't
over?
check that. Don't check
Don't
that.
check. Don't check.
Don't check that. Don't check that.
I mean,
Don't check
it's
that.
personal interest. I'm just checking for personal interest.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
I'm not-
Zero
Trust
games
us,
won.
trust us. I know what Luna winner it is, bro. Trust me. She gets low kills. She has no like. She's abused by enemy strike reset. She's on of her own. Her ult's like a long cooldown. She can't get any damage out of it. No point in invading it or anything like that. It's terrible. Literally terrible. Unpickable character. It's so disappointing. It really is.
GG.
yeah, so guys, don't ban Luna because it's unpickable for us.
It's
We
kind
won't
of a
pick
waste
it.
of a ban. I mean, why don't you ban like a good character like Era? Yeah. Speaking
Yeah.
of which, Era sucks now, by the way. Rumor
Yeah.
has it her primary. It was looking so good and nice, and everyone was picking her midfield, where she still sucked, by the way. Just to let you guys know. But then,
Yeah.
boom, another like what 0.1 seconds add back to her primary. It got
Oh, yeah.
smaller. Aesop nerfed it to be smaller for 10 minutes, and then he reverted it because he was just testing if he could do it.
It happened to my
So-
stream, bro. That shit was small for one stream game I had last night.
Yeah, so
Wait,
sorry for any Era mains who lost LP in that 10 minutes.
Wait, that definitely
sad day
was
for
not
them.
confusing at all when you're casually just playing and suddenly the ability is just completely different.
Boom,
Yeah,
boom,
the next game
instantly
it was
disappears.
fine. Next game it was fine.
Oh,
close.
man. starting to be concerned if you're schizo after that one, I think. You're just- My beam was short. I swear the beam was smaller last time he was
I could have sworn Beam was bigger than this last game. I don't know what happened.
See, if we're talking about a character being like really good, it might be Vice. As before last hotfix was changed for secondary, like a time on the field. It was like 8-second cooldown for secondary if you would stay on the field the whole time, and that's kind of strong. I'll be honest, having like a full screen teleport on an 8-second cooldown. Might
It was disturbing, especially in goalie, where not only like it was on the field for like 4 seconds to teleport, right?
yeah.
And as long as they teleport the last second, they get to stand there for like another. I don't know how long the eject timer is. It's like around 3 seconds, right?
Yeah,
So that second they just covered like this big space for like 6 seconds straight. It was the most disturbing and beautiful thing to play with in my scrims this weekend. Love you, Merchant. Vice goalie, mighty weak this patch. Watch out.
I mean, I feel like a really good example. Actually, even out of EUSL, I think there's a good example because the Raw against Luma game 2, Taiko Temple, Alex was playing Vice. I think he ended up having most goals on his team.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think that might be an Alex thing.
I mean,
I'll
there
be
might be an
honest.
Alex thing, there might be a Lucas thing as well, but still, like the ability that he can do it, obviously, is like huge. The adjustment is now there, right? The Vector patch changed it that she has a little bit less time for staying
45 seconds,
up
yeah.
front, but I'm not convinced that that's going to be enough to change really anything about how you can play her though. I've had her like
Yeah.
in scrims today, maybe like one situation where I had to say, okay, if the patch didn't go through, I probably would have still been able to get that.
Yeah, I mean, rest for cooldowns are also super low for fun. Like, get primary, secondary on cooldown, and efficient midfielder too. And it's so miserable to play against. It's so crazy. Like, what else?
Oh wait, we should talk about brawlers because that's the only cool role.
Oh, true. Yeah, Zen sucks this patch. Size got nerfed. There's no perfect form. There's no
I'm sorry,
reverb.
I can't lie about this Centauro character. He is so broken. Pickable, and every team is if you're losing, just start hitting the midfield. If you're winning, I mean, you're playing Centauro, so you get to do whatever you want because that's just his thing. He's magical. So, like I think that character, if he's not having 100% presence, you're playing wrong. I think people said that about NA once. Like, why are they not picking Centauro? That's a good question. Why are they not picking Centauro? Like, this character, disturbing, strike primary equals big win. And I will, let's be clear, Forge Fury Drop Leto will be picking that guy whenever he gets the chance this weekend.
I mean, you're in the European League here. I don't think Zen priority has ever been an issue with us.
Yeah,
over
thank God that you guys
over
haven't lost your mind over
the
here.
entirety of season 1 in EUSL, Zen had a 86% presence, which is, I mean, the highest by a long shot. We had like 86% on Zen, and then 70 was next with Kai. So yeah, we might be a bit of Zen merchants. Less in recent years, I feel like, though.
I mean, right now everyone is griefing picking Drakkar. I don't know why.
It's funny,
the
Lizard.
brawlers are losing their minds. No, they're losing their minds. I don't understand it. Like, so many good picks are open. I saw, like, in your game, Cookies was on Only Village, and he was like, and it was a 1-2 start. He's like, no, I'm not gonna play Kazan here. My best character. I'm gonna pick up Drakkar Brawler. Like, okay.
Yeah, because Kazan is so weak this match, especially with 1-2 punch. Like,
Yeah.
unpickable start for him, basically.
Man, melee hit stun can't do that any other brawler. That's why
Yeah,
the the best.
for sure.
You know, I was under the impression that the Kazan was banned, but I just checked it. They banned Rune
No.
against us.
Yeah, it
Kazan
was
was open.
Yeah, it was open.
Whoops. I mean, it's not only Cookies though. I think Umi also played it, right? Did anyone else play it last week other than that?
I think Scyther might whip
I mean,
out
you guys were
eventually.
playing that like before it was even buffed the first time. Like you were playing like 3 packages ago.
Oh
playing
yeah,
the
yeah.
brawler stuff.
TMCT played Trek Brawler like ages ago. Fierce Fury as well. Last season played it a bit. But now more
It's
people are
crazy.
catching on. See, and that's why like the top 2 teams of last season played it. So obviously everyone's gonna have to adjust to it, all right? Because evidently there's something there.
Right.
We can gaslight ourselves. Immaculator
Right.
also played it, I think, on Big Twin Dorito last week.
Yeah.
So.
And
Oh,
he lost.
that's right. They did. They did play on Oni Village.
Yeah,
I
Oni
mean,
Village.
they lost with Drakkar, and they also lost with Aragorn. Like, both picks equally weak, I think.
True.
I realize that. And I basically played the terrible Kazan Kai characters. And Rude.
man. Oh, Rune, ew.
We lost that game for a reason. Rune sucks. No other reason. None at all.
Should we talk about the matchups?
I mean, we
This
could talk
week
about a
or
bit about
next
the matchup. The matchups, I can have a funny little change of visuals as well for that one. The matchups that we do have is going to be Big Bean Burrito against Turkey and Cats is going to be our opener. Both of these teams, I believe, started 0-1, so one of them's going to get their first win already. Now, the question is, how much of that are you guys familiar with? SMG, I'm pretty certain I can yap about with quite a bit for this, but Tempo Drop.
Well, I play against both those teams before.
True.
Oh, thank God.
I
Oh,
played
yeah,
against
right.
Cats in qualifier.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah, real.
BBB last week. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Okay, well, who do you have winning this, actually, then?
I think Cats. I think Pity Bagel is gonna get Kai and 1v9 the entire game. That's how I see it. Because whenever Cats are winning, it's usually because of that guy. I'll be real. I don't really see it going any other way. But maybe we'll see more Drug Brawler out of BBB again. And maybe it'll counter the Kai really hard. Who knows?
I mean, hey, maybe Wreck Brawler is a secret elo potion. I doubt it, but still possible. SMG, what do you think about the BBB Cats? Where do you think the priorities are going to be there actually for like the bans, right? Because I think both of these teams have like heavy favorites in strikers that they would want to be going for.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup because I think they're kind of just completely dipping into each other's character pools, like in every role, like the Asher on forward, the Aimee on midfield, and the Kazan in the net. Like, although Swifties, I'd say Atlas is his better pick right now. I think the coin flip I think could matter a lot in that. I would say it depends. I don't know if Nitron is going to play or Lucky Man it is, but Lucky Man, I think Aimee is his best to pick by like a decent amount, and it's probably the same for Spring. So getting first pick is going to be like quite crucial for them. But like second pick is also really good because they're like I said they're going to be stealing priority picks from the other team. Originally, I would have said that Cats I would favor them. But from what I've been hearing, BBB has been kind of like owning them a little bit. So I'm gonna say BBB is favored here.
I feel like BBB has also been a lot more active in the scrim department. I don't know, like, cause I feel like they're almost always playing whenever possible. Cats, I think, has some other like time, like scheduling issues, which kind of stops them from playing as much as they probably would have liked to. So could also be that, just more practice, more setup. But I do agree. I think it's going to come down to mainly as well who's going to get the priority and who's going to be more prepared for that draft, right? So we'll see how that's going to pan out. As our obviously match expert drop Leto, what's your professional take on BBB Turkins Cats?
Okay,
How do you-
I've got BBB winning because that's the same acronym that my weekly team uses. So that means we're both really smart when it comes to making team names, and everyone knows whichever team has the best team name usually wins, which is why Big Bean Burrito, they're taking it this week for sure, for sure.
Okay, actually, then I'm more curious what you're gonna say about the next matchup, because match 2 of the day is gonna be Luminous Astrals against Happy Girls. So who's tipping on the name department there? Drop.
Worst,
Can anyone
worst
tell me
team in the league.
what Happy Girls stands for?
I
Oh.
can look. I'm pretty certain I do have a definition somewhere, but I am.
Okay, I'm just gonna assume it's something as magical as the Sad Boys one, so Happy Girls is probably winning that.
Happy Girls has Zoe Lorraine on it, and you know who that is. So.
I do know who that is. You're right.
After just a bunch of random like challenger players, I think.
Yeah.
Nah, they got this. Let's go, Happy Girls. Hey, if I'm a Sad Boys fan, I could be a Happy Girls fan too. Hell yeah.
It's real.
I'm trying to find it. I'm pretty certain Zoe sent it somewhere, but I just am failing to find it right now, which is a bit upsetting.
Voice and ping them and ask.
That's probably the easier one. Well,
I mean-
oh, you can do it. Yeah.
Either way, like whatever the acronym is, I'm sorry, Luminous Astrals is the worst name in the league. I have to say it. Sorry. I mean last week I was a Happy Girls believer. But I don't know. Lucas was repping that series, and he voted against them. It was real shady, and they ended up losing. So, but I think they're gonna bring it back. I believe in them. They won't commit draft trolls. Dinfar's gonna get his IME one trick, and they're gonna win the game.
Was the only game that didn't play Daimi on the one that they ended up winning? I forget if he
No.
got Daimi in the last game as well or not.
He got it in the last game. I think that was like they first picked IME, but when I saw that, I was like, no one on your team is picking IME, and they should have picked Penny. But I think they knew that anyway. But yeah, he's a one trick. What can you do? He wanted to prioritize it.
I mean, I'm a Happy Girls believer. I kind of have to. They took a game off of us last week as well. We're not going to talk about the second last point of that series, of why that potentially could have been happening in that game too. But I don't know. They had a really strong showing, I feel like, and if they can continue the momentum, even though they had arguably together with Obscura, they probably have to start the roughest first 2 weeks to play through. I feel like they can do some damage here. Gonna be honestly, I'm just excited to see Zara play with 2 eyes again. that's gonna go very crazy.
That's some lore, yeah.
Yeah, you want to read that out, Tempo?
Yeah, it's Happy Girls stands for hardworking and plucky, passionate, youthful girls in Rocket League spinoff.
Oh hell yeah! This is the best Rocket League spin out ever. They're right.
It's so real.
Yeah, Happy Girls winning. It's not even gonna be close.
Yeah, I agree. Happy Girls 6-0 maybe even.
You know, I'd be so down to see that. Although there's a reasonable part of my brain that sadly would disagree with it, but
No.
I'm always down for it. I feel like looking at the next matchup, it'd be maybe a bit biased asking us into the room. It's the Zoo versus Forged Fury. Now, I wonder, SMG, who do you have winning that series?
I have 18-0 Forge Fury sweep. Might end in like 10 minutes or something. Depends how long the draft takes.
I hope
Um,
not.
This. What do you mean you hope not?
I need at least 3 games for my KOs, bro. If this
Oh,
goes
you're right.
if this goes 18 up, I need like 4 KOs in 2 games.
Okay, it's gonna be 18-9. We'll give them one for free for the KO record.
Alright, nice.
But yeah, this game will not be close. I don't know. This team, they're gonna lose game 1, and they have the worst mental in the league. They're not gonna handle it. Yeah, they're so cooked, and our roster, they're not ready for it because Fortune has the deepest bench that any Omega Strikers team has ever had, and it's not close. They're not going to be prepared.
True.
I remember you even tried to deepen your bench even more. You added me asking if you can get like 7 more sub slots. I don't even know. Like when you have teams in EU that fail to get a starting roster together, and you're here like collecting players like Infinity
It's
Stones.
a family. It's a family. Word Fury.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you know, Tempo, if you're confident in the series for the KO department, what's your prediction? Go on, give me a number. You got 24 last week.
Yeah. This week, it's gonna be at least 20, and that's like lowballing it. It's 20, and if I get ad rush in a good game, it's like 28 maybe.
You'd be so incredibly close already, by the way, to the KO record at that point. For people that don't know, the KO record regular season EUSL is 128. Tempo was able to get 24 in the first week. So if we keep up that pace, by week 6 you have it, and then you still have another week to go ahead. So if you're going averaging even higher than your 24 right now, maybe you can push for week 5 already. Although
That'd be crazy.
actually, I feel like Dunkers and Siphon have some funny moments around the edge. Actually, I can see it. I can see a few KOs running through. I'm not quite sold on the 20 plus department, but hey, you can convince me.
I mean, against Breakthrough, how many did you get? Like 64 or something?
Yeah, 64 in the Breakthrough series, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, right. You had like 2 games of 20 plus, eh? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other one was 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was pre-nerf Luna though. Pre-nerf Deadeye, pre-nerf Luna. I don't know. Maybe it'll be different this time. But
True.
Maybe it's
Maybe I'll
just
pick that
gonna be
character.
like 15 a game now or something, you know?
oh yeah. Solid chill 45 for the series.
Yeah, as you do. And then lastly, Drop. What's your prediction, Zoo? Force Fury.
Wow. During this, I just finished getting my exit lag free trial. So I've got bad news for the zoo. I might just be on the opposite in North America, and I might just have 75 ping. So
Wait, 75?
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, by the way,
I've got bad news for the zoo, but I might be reacting faster than their entire team.
What do you mean you have 75? I got like 60 to London. How do you get 75?
Yeah, I mean, watch out, bro.
wait. No, you have to pull this up on screen or something.
There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, I was. Let's be clear. Without exit lag, I was getting like 90 ping, sometimes 80 to like I think London. Don't look at my Frankfurt ping. I don't want to talk about that game.
That
It
doesn't
was a
count.
bad game of direct midfield. It was a bad game of direct midfield. But yeah, that I've got this beautiful free trial for the next 71 hours. Like I don't know, I might just go hit rank 1 EU. Like just, you know, quick side hustle before the big game this Saturday.
Yeah, gotta get it ready. Okay. Well, I mean, confident series sweep then. Obviously going game 3 for the funsies of it, so Tempo can farm KOs, you know. That's a confidence that you need going into the series. And I feel like for my own safety, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna think's gonna happen because I'm definitely outnumbered. So yeah. Last matchup, one that I'm gonna be biased for is TMCT against Obscura. I mean, I'm just gonna say we're gonna take the win, obviously. This time I'm gonna try not to own goal an entire game away. That's gonna be my personal goal for it, and maybe we can make sure that we go into 2-0.
Did no one gift that?
Don't think. Surprisingly enough, I don't even think it's been clipped. I've
What?
seen people like DM me
I'm on
screenshots
it.
of it, but when I watched back like the clips on ETOS the day after, I don't think there was a clip of it even. So
Wow.
what can I say? You know, the excellence in the play just kind of was there. It didn't need to be kept in the record
Right.
books, I guess.
I mean, big EUSL out here deleting negative clips.
I that's the
I
last
see.
thing I do. All right, that's the last thing we do here. If it's funny, we'll let it run. Yeah. Okay. Well, Tempo, what are you thinking about the series? TMCT Raw.
See, I've actually played versus Raw. I have not played versus TMCT. I've only watched them play and played with some of their members, but I think TMCT are gonna take it. It's definitely gonna go to game 3 though. Definitely gonna go to game 3. I think draft's gonna play a lot of factor of this Drakkar brawler, contestation. It's gonna be a big part who can win the series, whoever manages to get that character first.
I mean, it is going to be a prio pick, because both sides have played it in Brawler already. So
If we see first pick Drek 3 games in a row, I'll be happy.
listen,
I'll be a happy camper.
if we're in a draft and there's like Era open and there's like some other like Zentaro open
Ice,
and the first
Finney's,
pick
and-
is the Drakkar, hey, Cinema surely.
Oh yeah, I'll be something to see for sure. Holy moly.
SMG, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I completely agree with Tempo Melon. I think, this will be a rare case of, you get blue side and you lose because you picked Drakkar first pick. And it will go game 3 because you're gonna do that like back to back. And then in the final game we'll see who decides to pick Zentaro because they realize that Drakkar is not the OP brawler that they think it is. But I do have TMCT winning. I don't actually know. I don't know. I'm not sure that one will go into game 3. I wouldn't be surprised if it was TMCT 2-0. And you have my PayPal stuff, so.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll get that to you in a bit.
Yep.
Drop. Who do you have?
Yeah, I think that last 3 were for TMCT. So I'm just gonna give it to TMCT. They got Sloth. That guy's pretty cool. All right, Sloth, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can't. I don't think I can pick myself up anymore. That I've mentioned it 3 times already. That's how much the uncle haunts me. Like that was
really
an
funny.
Sometimes
experience.
you just get bored and like, oh man, what if I just let this in for fun? And
Well,
sometimes
there's
the voices win.
there's a
You didn't see
difference
it, did you, Drop?
between there's a difference
You
between
didn't see
letting
it,
it
did
in
you?
and what actually happened. Wait, dude,
I don't think Drop saw it.
SMG, did
Oh,
he get
definitely
around
not.
to clipping it
I
already?
can guarantee you.
Wait,
asleep.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Just give me like 10 more seconds.
Okay, well, we'll
It's
get
the
live.
soft angle.
We're gonna get live drop letter reaction to that absolute peak defense that happened there. That's gonna go.
All right.
Oh
Wait.
man.
I mean, again, I'll be confident say we're gonna take the series, obviously, but I feel like Obscura has been dealt a bad hand with their starting weeks, as well as Happy Girls, right? I feel like going into the season, obviously TMCT, winners of last season are gonna be looking strong. Luminous Astrals has Alex has come back. Zarda does well. They got Llama, which has kind of always been a super sub for everyone. Now in a starting position. So yeah.
Can I change my prediction?
Go
Did you
on.
see the clip?
Yeah, I've got Obscura winning for no particular reason. Wow, that was
Sorry.
impressive.
I know, right? Like you really like. There's a certain skill to hitting an angle like that. I think.
Yeah, like outside like directly backwards, there's like not that many like possible angles that you could have hit that were that bad.
Yeah, like the worst one
Wow.
probably would have been just directly backwards, but that one's not like not the
Yeah, like you managed to hit in a way that gave your team hope for at least like half a second.
yeah. Listen, you gotta keep your teammates on their
Gio's asleep
toes.
there.
So,
Ew, when in doubt, blame your midfielder.
Gio is asleep for sure.
true, he should have been like able to like Rosor back.
Like,
And
that
catch that.
that was a pass.
That was a pass. He just wasn't ready for it. So
Yeah, but maybe be in position next time.
Wow. Wow, yeah.
Okay.
Jeez.
Uh,
That was nurse, man.
yeah, true. I mean, can't play with it. Like, if I, hey, my primary was a bit longer there, I would have caught that, surely.
Oh, for sure.
True.
All right, but yeah, I feel like we're coming in towards the end of this kind of little yap sesh prior to the week starting, week 2 starting, right? Game one's gonna be that BBB Cats game that we talked about a bit earlier. But before we're gonna send it into a short little break to get the games ready and running for everyone to watch and enjoy, you guys have any like closing remarks before we send them off?
I would like to give a quick shout out to Ether because I met him in real life, and I know you did as well, Sloth.
Yeah.
And it was pretty chill.
He is very
Even though
cool.
he's an enemy coach, but we already beat them, so I'll shout him out. You know.
Tempo, anything from you?
I hope this weekend is a fun series. That's all I'll say.
That lastly dropped.
Oh, I was trying to use the Eagle soundboard, but I don't have Nitro.
Oh, I also don't have soundboard
Oh.
on my Discord.
I got it.
Wait, let me enable soundboard really quick.
Yeah.
I'm good
Okay, let me know when you got it.
now. I should have it now.
Ah, there we go.
There you go,
Oh
perfect.
yeah.
Oh, Purge Fury.
Alright. That was it from us. Again, thanks to all three of you for jumping into this little call yap sesh for a bit. We're gonna go into a short little break to get the games ready. Do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back. And welcome everyone to the first game of this week 2 in EUSL. I'm here together with P-Flare for this wonderful Turkey's Cats versus Big Bean Burrito series. P-Flare, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I hope everybody out there is doing good and are ready for some fast, some fierce Omega Strikers. We are going to get it popping real quick.
Yeah, we are on Oni Village for our first game. The remaining draft is going to be Taiko Temple Game 2, Night Market Game 3, if it will happen. So, yeah, but we're going to start off with an Oni Village game. This was Big Bean Burrito's map pick. So Turkey's Cats ended up opting for the blue side here. We have an Adrenaline Rush Spark of Agility start, so it's going to be pretty, like, speed intensive, and also KOs are going to be relevant. And also, you saw Turkey's Cats took out the Julie already. That is in part with the reason that I do believe Pickshot is playing instead of Immaculator today for the side of Big Bean Burrito, and obviously Pickshot being a really good Julie player, not a pick you want to be giving them for free.
Yeah, no, that one makes perfect sense. And meanwhile, on Oni Village of all things, like both of these awakenings are good on Oni Village, I feel, but that Spark of Agility start is going to be vital to catch that core and basically be able to get around faster, especially for the goalies. That's going to help them a lot, and I can definitely see there being a little bit of a squabble, so to speak, over the Sparks if they show up, if they feel like showing up this draft, because sometimes they can get a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be a majority of Spark of Agility picks here as well. The Adrenaline Rush obviously will be good for something like a Julie if it did go through, but looking at the team comps that have been picked, right? Kai, Stels, and Taro on the side of Cats, and likely Kazan, Drek, Erasmus on the side of Big Bean Burrito there, they're not going to find edge KOs that reliably, so all of them will go for speed. And again, Oni Village, especially with the side speed ups that you have, it's gonna accelerate the gameplay a lot more, which is why I kind of personally prefer Turkey's Cats team comp here. They're a bit better well-rounded, a bit more standardized as compared to the side of Big Bean Burrito's team. So I'm gonna be curious to see how well that's gonna pan out for Big Bean Burrito, because the Kazan and Nets, it's not like an incredibly conventional pick. Obviously, Swifty really good on it, but there are limits to how much it can do. The Drakkar in midfield also a little bit of question marks around it. More people like it rather in net and brawler than in midfield, so we'll see how that's going to be panning out for the side of Big Bean Burrito here.
Yeah, and with that, like you said, Turkey's Cats a little bit more standard. They can kind of respond to just about any situation and kind of take advantage of anywhere the core is a lot better, which is definitely going to come in handy on a map like this. So we are getting into it. We're getting rocking, and yeah, the only person who went for Ad Rush is the guy who owns the mast, is the Zentaro, Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey not wanting to be unmasked like that, but we'll see how it's going to pan out. There are a lot of awakenings that will help Turkey get KOs potentially, so we'll see if those will fall into his hands in the draft. But for now, one barrier does go down on the side of BBB. The second one is almost dropping as well, but Swifty with a nice Kazan play there, able to hold on to it as a barrier gets traded, and they get two there. An unfortunate angle to be found for the side of BBB as Pickshot just runs it up with the Erasmus. Kitty Bagel doesn't really have any cooldowns to really be working with that defense there, and a great goal coming out from the side of BBB.
Yeah, BBB with that early advantage, and Pickshot on that Rasmus is just very scary. Rasmus in general is scary simply because you get him into a 1v1 and he just becomes like your worst nightmare. With, personally, I feel Kazan the only one who can kind of like match that kind of 1v1 ability. So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for this whole game. Just, they don't, in fact, that whole team of BBB, you don't want to run the ones with them.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to. Even though the Rasmus did get a little bit of a damage nerf, right? It's still gonna be something that can be a factor, as Turkeen actually finds a really nice strike past Swifty's open umbrella there and finds the equalizer goal. Amy chatting away. Turkeen's Cats looking in good spirits.
Yeah, for sure. And that honestly is very good for them in general. A lot of this game, I've said it so many times, comes down to mental, and that can basically ebb and flow with the tides. So anything that helps that, like those KOs, definitely going to improve their chances, arguably exponentially, because you play when you feel confident, you play confident, and sometimes you can make a lot of plays happen that otherwise you wouldn't think are possible.
Yeah, because with that confidence, you're gonna be going for maybe some more risky plays, and especially when you're trying something risky, you do need to have the ability to just say, you know what, I don't care, I'm gonna hit it anyways, it's gonna work out, because the moment you start doubting it a little bit, it's gonna go bad. So we'll see how that's gonna pan out. Turkin's Cat's holding a really strong offense and defense there as well, as the attack from Pickshot and Nitron continuously came through, but in the end, they're able to hold on to the barrier, and they're finding the goal as well now, 2-1 up in this current set.
Yeah, very, very nice for them. Maestro with a lot of good angles, I'm also noticing, and like you said, like Turkine being able to like hunt for these like edge cages, hunt for these barriers. Very quick open barrier, honestly, on their part. Turkine's Cats have been playing on fire so far. It's only the first set, but they are looking like a competitive team. The only question is, can they hold it? And they seem to want to say, yes, yes, we can with that KO.
Yeah, a really good flip coming up from Spring there, making sure to get that power play going now in a 3-man attack. You can again see Kitty Bagels just playing so aggressively as well on this Kai pick, essentially creating a 3-forward situation, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for Swifty to really hold on to the point there, as the attack for BBB will be found. They do find the second barrier as well. The defense still holding strong, though, on the goal department for Turkine's Cats, as they're going to run up. Turkine has a flip here, but it's going to get answered by Swifty, as BBB are looking to get their second goal of the set right now. Can they find a pendulum swing? Comes out, doesn't get the timing, but the shotgun timing will be just right. Kitty Bagel, nothing to do about that, as we're in a 0.5 in his first set already.
Yeah, and there again, that's absolutely going to be BBB's win con, honestly. Like, get the core into a very strong, advantageous position and just run 1v1 against the goalie, simply because without the abilities, without Kai's abilities, or even, like, honestly, kind of like without Barrage, Kai will do a little bit of struggling, I feel, against all three of these characters in, like, a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, especially with that Drakkar pick, right? It is pretty solid in the way of just forcing it. That's why it's kind of found its way into the brawler position as well in EU. It's a fact that with a shotgun, you can just auto-win a strike war, right? You can just strike shotgun and strike immediately again as well. Like, you're gonna be set really well in those interactions, and the only thing you really have as an answer for the Kai there is a well-placed barrage, which will be a longer cooldown than your Drakkar shotguns, especially because the Drakkar shotguns have 2 charges on it as well. But the defense is holding up beautifully from Turkine's Cats there. I don't know how they held that barrier, but Kitty Bagel very much in his element right now.
Yeah, and honestly, with the speed up, wow, nice kill from Maestro. But as I was saying, with the speed up, I actually even favor Turkine's Cats more, simply because another thing about their abilities is that they can kind of hold the core and redirect it very fast, almost a little bit more at will than I would say BBB can. Although BBB can certainly do that too. They basically get more control over the stop and where that core is going to end up going, as opposed to just a fast redirect.
Yeah, most definitely. And they have, just also as a baseline, really good intercept possibilities together with the Estelle and the Kai, right? Both long range, heavy hitters as well. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. Turkine is going to have a flip here soon, as Swifty uses theirs a bit early there. Barrier's still holding on, though, with the Kitty Bagel just finds these strikes. Just the timing of the abilities and the strikes on the side of BBB just not quite right, because Kitty Bagel could just continuously outweight it, right? He's just going to wait until the cooldown's done. He's going to wait till it's over and then just get it clear. And with a nice flip up to Turkine, Turkine being a bit of a nuisance to Swifty there, has a flip as well. We'll just cleanly put this away. Turkine's Cats now leading the series 1-0 going into this first draft. Estelle has a first pick.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of good things here for them. Like, team player, always good. Hot shot, looking good. Maybe even stacks on stacks, get some more speed going, get some more intercept going. There's just a lot here for them, and Turkine's Cats very rewarded for that. Honestly, just very good play.
Yeah, you do have the team player that finds his way onto Swift Sea, which is going to help quite a bit on this Kazan, right? Closed form is going to send the core flying, especially with the team player now, as more movement speed finds its way onto Pickshot as well. So even though the set win was for Turkey's Cats and they got incredible awakenings with the missile prop and especially the hotshot on Estelle, I think BBB has really good answers to it themselves. I do want to point out, though, that first draft did not have a single spark in it yet, which both sides are not incredibly happy about, because you do want to get those sparks going early, especially if you've won a set. So Turkey's Cats not incredibly happy that they have to win another set now if they want to get spark priorities.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I thought they would be a little bit more rewarded, but it didn't seem to be in the cards. But that's drafts for you. Sometimes drafts can just ruin, maybe not completely ruin like a team's game plan, but they do certainly heavily influence them. And unfortunately, it does seem like Turkey's Cats didn't quite get what they wanted. That flip goes out, but they do get a kill for it. And yeah, they're just going to have to kind of adapt around that and do what they can to kind of like substitute the sparks and figure out how to get that offense either going or continuing in this case for this whole next set. That's going to be tougher than they wanted, but I think they can do it.
They definitely can. I do want to say, though, Nitron was doing a really good job there, staying alive and just playing through that low HP that he did have. Even better defense than from Pickshot and Swifty to hold on to the point, but in the end, it ended up being a bit too much because Turkey's Cats are keeping core on the side of Big Bean Burritos so much and so consistently. It makes it very difficult for them to get an attack going, especially if you can get the core up once in a while. You're gonna be answered by a Kai with a barrage, and that's not gonna be an easy one to get around. As Pickshot, though, will get a power play going for the side of BBB now. Hopefully they can get 2 barriers off of this. One is gonna be good already, the second one does not follow yet, though. Kitty Bagel with nice clear splits around Pickshot, and Turkey's back on the field.
Yeah, very nice defense. For sure, honestly, I thought that second barrier was going down, but Kitty Bagel has been performing very well. I hope I don't cast her curse, because of course. But yeah, Kitty Bagel was doing very good defense, basically right up until I said they were doing defense, upon which they get scored on. So let me be quiet.
We'll see how it's going to continue to pan out, though, because again, set 1 was very even. The set 2 is feeling very much like it as well, where it's just kind of a constant back and forth. I think Turkey's Cats has a bit more control on the attack, but the defense from Swiftsea is holding up well enough to a point where getting that second barrier is going to be a pretty big difficulty. As the Centaur primary there, actually, I do like that. Sends it back to Kitty Bagel to give that save, as the attack is not slowing down. But again, Swiftsea and Nitron positioning so smartly and so well on that goalie field there. Yes, they're stuck in their own half continuously, but the goal is not found for the side of Turkey's Cats yet.
Yeah, they've had to deal with kind of like this dual defense from Nitron and Swiftsea, but they haven't been able to find any lucky yet. They've been trying to hit like between them. They've been trying to find these angles, and those two have just been giving like a lot of great coverage with Pickshot doing their best to kind of transition to an easier offensive attack.
Yeah, and I feel like the difficulty as well is Pickshot can't really get into that connecting position that he would like to be, as the angle will be just enough. It finds its way. Nitron took the barrier there, but unfortunately it goes right back into their own goal. Swifty not able to react to it. But yeah, I think Big Beans Burrito's problem right now is the fact that Pickshot can't really get himself involved in the play. Keep in mind, again, Pickshot also coming in as a sub here for Immaculator, so not really the player that they're going to be used to be playing with. So that's going to be a difficulty that you're going to have to overcome playing through the series, because you can see it, again, the connections aren't really there yet. And without getting the core up front, he can't really do a lot of the Rasmus magic that he would want to be doing on a map like this. As Turkey's Cats find another set win, 2-0 in the lead now, and Estelle as a first pick this time around will have Spark of Leadership in the draft.
Okay, I mean, Spark of Leadership, it's something, and honestly, I could see it going either way for that one, but there's also, I'm seeing a heavy impact, fight or flight that could help, maybe even like among Titans if you think you can be like a bit cheeky about it.
Yeah, potentially. I wonder where the Centaur is going to be with the Adrenaline Rush. You might even go for the Prize Fighter, and that's what Turkey will find. Castle Ass, though, also not something to be underestimated, because Kitty Bagel has been doing so much work with his eject button already. giving that extra bit of speed duration could be a difference maker as well. But I feel like the biggest pickup in this draft, aside from Fight or Flight, which is just solid, arguably is going to have to be the big fish on Swiftsy, because now this Kazan goalie is going to get even more difficult to get past. So there's going to be even more time now for BBB to get a proper attack going, which they're already doing. They get the recovery drone off of Turkeen as well, which I didn't expect them to be able to do.
Yeah, that was a little bit unexpected, and all that's been done really is BBB is just a lot tougher to get past now, and since they've already got that defense pretty well in hand, I would say for the most part, they have been getting, they definitely have been getting scored on, but their midfield defense was actually fairly solid, I felt. So that big fish is definitely going to help, as well as, honestly, that heavy impact. I feel like that's going to help a fair bit on getting that core up and getting it possibly past the defenders as well for Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, most definitely. And we've now hit into overtime, by the way, which is where BBB wants to be, together with the team player on this Kazan now. All closed form strikes are going to be red that are going even close to a teammate. So now the course especially should be in the half on the side of Turkeen's Cats a lot more, which should give the side of BBB the potential to set themselves up and get the goal as they're trying to here, and the shotgun will find it. Kitty Bagel doesn't get the clear out in time. BBB currently leading the set.
Yeah, just managed to get that one clean. Nitron is honestly just an absolute beast on that Drac, and I'm not surprised. Again, 1v1s are where it's at for BBB, and I think they know it. They've just been having trouble executing. But that was a beautiful bait. Took the flip, and now it is all big burritos, extra beans, extra sauce maybe, but they need to be able to finish off these points.
Yeah, they do need to, but Swifty doing a really good job holding on to the barrier there as well. Turkeen getting rather low, only has one evade available, as Kitty Bagel with a nice evade clear there actually will still hold on to it. But again, the barrier stands on the side of BBB. That's going to be so difficult to get through. So the attack is going to be built, but Turkeen taking a lot of damage. Going to be taken out by Swifty as well. Power play now in favor of BBB, as Pickshot will interrupt at the core. He tries to get it to the bottom, and the nice pendulum swing will confirm it. But Kitty Bagel not getting the evade out in time there, as now Big Bean Burrito are looking for a set win. And again, we have a full Spark start. We've only seen leadership so far. So winning the set here almost, unless you're like really, really unlucky, almost guarantees you a Spark, which is gonna be great for any of the team members of BBB, because that's gonna continue to accelerate your game with all of that movement speed.
Yeah, for sure. I would not be surprised, just because the Sparks have been so light now, I would not be surprised if both teams get at least one Spark. Just how everything has been like shaking out draft wise. So what I would even expect is for Turkeen's Cats, even if they lose this, to at least get one Spark, and they're probably going to want it to go onto Spring Maestro, so they're kind of hoping that Spring Maestro either gets, like, if not first, then, like, second pick. And honestly, I think this draft is going to tell just how bad the scaling is going to get for like Big Bean Burritos. I think this is going to kind of be, it's already been kind of swinging in Big Bean Burritos' favors, but this is going to be the big one.
Yeah, most definitely. And even without the Sparks, right, there's still a lot of other Awakenings that hold value. For example, more size onto the Kazan as well. I don't think we've seen Might or Built Different yet. These are options that are going to come through, and we do have 2 Sparks now in here. I would imagine Spark of Focus is going to go on either the Drakkar or the Rasmus. Your Deadeye is going to be the pickup for Kitty Bagel, which gives the double Spark to the side of Big Bean Burrito. Now, I do wonder if there's how that's going to pan out, because I feel like there's going to be so much movement speed now in favor of Big Bean Burrito, as we have agility with 2 Sparks and 2 players. So we'll see how that's going to be.
I'm going to be honest, as soon as I saw the team, like the draft order, I was thinking they would at least just go for one. I was thinking Kitty Bagel would, at least go for, like, say, Spark of Strength, just to not have both of them have that, just not let Big Bean Burrito have, like that double Spark build. I'm a little bit shocked that they let that rock, and I'm worried that they may have started to let them scale out a bit out of control for Big Beam Burrito, but I mean, we'll see if maybe they have an idea. Maybe they think they can get it back on the last draft, because they do still have a set to give after this one. But I'm a little bit surprised that happened.
Yeah, it could just be the case. Like, it's a very high risk, high reward draft that they went for, because the Deadeye on Kitty Bagel is going to be assisting with KOs, and it's going to make this Kai Giga so lethal around edges, especially combined with the missile prop, right? So you're probably trying to play a play style where you're looking for those KOs and playing off of advantages with that, because you took more damage on Turkeen as well with the bulk up, and you have the Primetime on Springmaster, which is going to help with kill confirms, and also just, again, core control, obviously Primetime being a really good awakening pickup for the Estelle, but I feel like it might not have the result that they were hoping for, because you saw, I mean, we're already 2-0. The first point went so fast, I think I almost forgot it already. So Big Beam Burrito looking extremely nice here, as a goal will be found by Pickshot. We're in a set 5.
Yeah, clean 3 and out, and yeah, no, that draft, I feel I can definitely agree with you in what they were going for, but it did not work out for them. And no more Sparks, but they do have, but 1-2 Punch, Might of the Colossus, Super Surge, Spectre, a lot of good stuff here, but I feel like it's more in the favor. I feel like the momentum has fully swung in Big Beam Burrito's favor. This has become their game to lose.
Yeah, most definitely, and you can see it in the draft here as well. You get more size on the Rasmus, you get aerials on Drek. That's just going to make them even more controlling overall in this game. The specialized training is going to reinforce what I thought Kitty Bagel was going to be going for. They're just going to be looking for KOs, because they get a 1-2 punch. Might has to be denied by Springmaster there, which is not going to give you a lot of extra damage, but still, it's like a tiny bit. So they're very much just looking to play off of KOs, which is not really the most optimal playstyle for something like Oni Viduch. So it's very do or die for them, or as you said as well, it's in the hands of Big Beam Burrito, because as long as Big Beam Burrito doesn't die, they are they have every single tool they would need to win this game.
Yeah, like on other maps I could see it, and hey, they did get a kill there, but those have been so few and far in between for this game, for this map. I mean, they were doing very well with like the core control earlier, and I feel like that's more how they got those first 2 wins. But then they seem to like want to pivot more into damage, and now Big Burrito's taking them away. Hey, because they have a very good innate core control, do Big Beam Burrito. We've said that this whole game. And at this point, it's like, okay, this map is big and requires core control. We now have like more core control, and they're not focusing on it with all these sparks, with all this movement, and it's becoming an onslaught that Turkeen's Cats don't have an answer for.
Yeah, and the difficulty is as well, because you can see Nitron is being put into low HP. The damage is being found by Turkeen's Cats, but it is difficult to actually get a KO confirm, because what do you have as your confirm? You have this Intaro ultimate, and everything else is going to turn into a skill shot, which is going to be difficult to be hitting, especially if you're going for someone like a Drakkar, who could just disappear off your screen at a moment's notice because of a secondary. So, difficult point, and I mean, we've been saying it in this last point. Big Beam Burrito looking very good now, and they have a flip on Pickshot as well, going into a potential last point of this game.
Yeah, it's very much theirs to lose as the first barriers go down. And Turkeen's Cats have to kind of play out of their mind in order to bring this back. But the thing about it is that, yeah, like Baby Burrito has been playing like very well too, now that they've scaled up and now that they've gotten what they want. And their win condition is just a whole lot easier to get than Turkeen's Cats as this last barrier goes down. And it might be sayonara. Again, the 1v1s that are so hard to deal with. Kitty Bagel does survive that one, but there's going to be a lot more where that's coming from.
Yeah, got rid of that one attack, and it's just going to have another one coming, especially now with Nitron being up front again. The KO will be found, though. Huge value. That's the that's a lethality of that Giga Blast, right? Missile prop, Deadeye, spec training, that's what you're going to be looking for, but you now need to find this barrier, and that's so difficult because Swifty's also been doing such a good job on this Kazan pick, just being that nuisance defensively that Kazan can be, as the goal is not going to be found, Nitron is going to be back on the field, and now Big Bean Burrito just closed it out in a 3-0 fashion in this last set. They do go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, that was just an issue of like drafts not going out their way and the game plan not quite being where it needed to be, especially for a map like this. Just a little bit too hard to find those KOs that they were hoping for. Draft not, like I said, draft not going their way, and Big Bean Burrito just had kind of like the easier paths to victory, just with their character selection and with their just with their general like play style.
Yeah, most definitely. And yeah, I don't know what else there would be to dive into here due to the stats, essentially, what can be dived into, because everything is just like pretty across the board. In the end, you see there's been a lot of redirects on the side of Big Bean Burrito that have accumulated towards the end. Turkeen having a bit of a rough time getting in there with 142, but that is to be expected when you're surrounded by a Kazan that will just strike through you and a Drakkar that's going to shotgun the core away from you consistently. So yeah, it's a bit rough, and you're gonna have to maybe think about what he can take away from a game like this if you are Turkeen's Cats. The saving grace is that Oni Village was the map pick for Big Bean Burrito. So Cats losing game 1, not great. You don't want to start a series like this. However, you're gonna go into Taiko Temple next, and that's your map pick. That's where you're gonna shine. So I'm going to be curious if there's going to be any adjustment. I think the only thing that's not going to be adjusted at all is likely going to be the bans, because Spring Zaimi is pretty strong. I think that's going to always be the 9 off of BBB. And same with Pickshot's Julie. So I don't think those are ever going to change.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. I will say that basically I agree with you on the whole map pick issue, especially because like what they were trying to go for on Oni Village would be a lot more effective on Taiko, like going to that bounce house. It's just going to be a lot more chaotic by nature of the beast. So being able to hunt for those kinds of like KOs, that kind of strength focused build, that's going to be a lot more dangerous, and Big Bean Burrito is going to have to keep an eye out a lot more heavily, just because of that core is going to be flying, and if they're not careful, so will the bodies.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll see how it's gonna pan out as players are getting ready for their draft here as well. It does look like Big Bean Burrito is going to choose to go red side for Taiko Temple, so they're looking for a power pick in their 2-3, right? They're looking to get some kind of heavy hitter. They're saying, hey, look, you can get a priority pick on Taiko Temple if you want, but we're going to have a double to answer that. And I'm going to be curious where that priority is going to lie. Also, really quick side note, Era unaccounted for in that last game. Curious if that's going to change, because Era on Taiko Temple, in my opinion, is a bit stronger than on Oni Village. It's still playable on Oni Village, but I think the comparison on that map is going to be quite massive. The micro patch has come out and has put down Era a little bit, but I still feel like she's in a pretty good spot. So curious to see if that's going to be in this next draft on Taiko as well, or if they're both just going to ignore it again.
I mean, I could definitely see it happen. Era still, like you said, has a lot of good things going for her as of now, and Taiko Temple is one of those maps where she can shine, she can cut out a lot of corners, she can just kind of halt a lot of offense with that tornado ult, and honestly and assist very, very well on it as well, just with her like just with her buffs. So I can see the Era being picked, honestly, a little bit more likely than not even.
Yeah, as we do have our Awakenings, it's Might of the Colossus Twin Drive, and yes, as expected, the Julie, Amy bans are not going to go anywhere. The Kazan's going to be the first pick for Kitty Bagel, this also being an interesting series, because both of these goalies are experienced in playing something like the Kazan, so That's likely going to go on to Kitty Bagel, as the Atlas will be picked up for Swifty, and the Era likely for Nitron here. So we'll see how the Era is going to play into this game in that midfield position. Twin Drive obviously going to help a lot, because that's going to allow you to play less mobile brawlers and goalies like Atlas, or potentially there's a lot of stuff that you could pick up front here as well. Like an Asher, you can even play Erasmus with it as well. So having that extra movement speed buff is going to do a lot of work for the side of BBB as well.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here as far as like the remainder characters, that Asher is honestly a very common pick on this map, as well as the Estelle, the X. Just in general, a lot of bullying the core is going to go through. That's kind of your stock and trade on a map like that can be this, congested, I'm going to say. A lot of being able to like put the core in the corner and just sort of bully it through. That's a very common game plan, and especially with these starting awakenings, that's what I'm seeing here, honestly, for both teams. With Turking's Cats a little bit more on the like core bullying side. Meanwhile, from what I'm seeing from Big Bean Burrito, is most likely speed up the X and kind of let them go to town, which honestly not exactly the worst game plan here.
Yeah, especially because with the X, right? X, if you're enabling it, can do a lot of work up front, can be very difficult to defend against. But so you're looking to pick something like a solid wall on the defense, right? You're looking to play maybe an Asher, maybe an Atlas of sorts into an X. But the Atlas got picked away from BBB already. And again, I could be wrong. This could also be a Turkeen Kazan and a Kitty Bagel Asher, and for which I feel like Kitty Bagel would have an easier time going into a buffed X, but I feel like the X pick here is gonna be running the offense pretty strongly if it's gonna go into a Kazan, just because Kazan's gonna have difficulty holding back that force, especially again enabled with that arrow pick. Might have the Colossus is gonna be on that X as well, and keep in mind the arrow beam also makes you bigger, so that's gonna give you even more power on top of the base power that you get off of an arrow beam.
Yeah, so with this map, these awakenings, everything basically points to their win condition being let X do all the X things up front. And that can work out scarily well. So they're going to have to figure out a way to solve that problem very fast. Like, that's going to be the equation. Solve for X.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other hand, Turkeen's Cats have a lot of good pressure up front as well, with obviously an Estelle that can catch any kind of flying cores, and an Asher that's going to be forcing hard as well. But again, you're going into an Atlas. So, and also, I haven't even mentioned yet, you're going into a twin drive Atlas. So, yeah, I would actually favor BBB's comp here, because again, it's kind of easier to execute. It's less prone to silly errors, because you have a simple game plan, and that game plan is known to them. That game plan is what they're going to be playing for in the second game.
Yeah, for sure. So the thing about that is, like we said, the problem is simple. The answer is simple, at least in theory. Like, you kill the X, and a lot of their plan falls apart. But that's much easier said than done, especially with that Atlas backing them. So we need to see how Turkeen's Cats will be able to handle this. And first start, they already trade barriers. So let's see how it rocks.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if like killing the X is the play, more so than just trying to play around it, because you do have Taiko Temple. It's very top and bottom heavy, right? So you can just play on the side that X is never gonna be on, and that way it's gonna be very difficult for him to do anything. As the second barrier does drop on the side of BBB, Turkeen now trying to make some Asher magic work up front. Will not get the goal yet as Swifty. A little bit of a scary situation, but the KO is being found there. Actually, Swifty taken off the map, and Turkeen's Cat starting off the series, or this game, strong again.
Yeah, that is a very nice possibility. And yeah, that is also an option. Like, get them, instead of worrying about like the X so much in terms of damage, play around them, which is very plausible with this team comp, and focus on getting like the core into or around the goalie or in between the barriers like that, because that was just a very nice. They split the difference.
Yeah, good KO from Picture coming out there as well to get the advantage, gets the second barrier as well. Kitty Baby a little bit late on that flip there, so now Nitron trying to get the core up front here with the era, with that flip potentially as well, but Turkeen back on the field. Flip goes wide as Spring will get the strike there, and Swifty just not able to position in time to really go and catch that. So even though the point looked really good for Big Beam Burrito, Turkeen's Cats pulled it back, and they're now 1 goal away from taking his first set.
Yeah, very nice on their front to be able to do that. However, this is only like the first set. Everyone's playing relatively bare, which, yeah, definitely great start, and you definitely want kind of like these early wins, these early goals, and this early set for that draft. But we've seen it before that Turkeen's Cats had a strong start, and then like the drafts happened and disaster followed. And I know they don't want to see that same story happen out again. They're going to be thinking about that probably very hard, but they're going to basically do everything they can to prevent it.
Yeah, most definitely. Pickshot is going to get a second barrier there as well. Turkeen and Spring both have a flip available to themselves, so they're probably going to use it. Flip up to Turkeen. Turkeen flipping as well, and really good patience there. The stun coming out from Spring to take out Swifty's ability to do anything about that attack, as Turkeen's Cats take a 3-0 set win going into this draft.
So, yep, here we go. First draft, and we're seeing like a lot of, a fair amount of a size here. We got all three of the big ones. Big Fish, Bulk Up, built different. Spark of Leadership, if you want to try that Spark build again, don't know about it, but yeah, the size seems to be the order of the day here.
Yeah, Sai's going to do a lot for both of the forwards here. Spark of Leadership just setting up Turkeen's Cats for potential sparks. You do want to start sparking when you're winning the game, because you don't need an immediate boost in performance as well. As now Timeless Creator is going to be a pickup for Swift. He's going to help with that defense. Reptile Remedy coming out for Nitron there is going to help the Era stay alive. But again, so far KOs haven't necessarily been the issue on Big Beam Burrito, and it's more so the fact that the attacks from Turkeen's Cats just seem to be so consistent at getting those barriers and getting those goals, as a nice double barrier will come out from Pickshot there, but it's immediately answered by Turkeen. Spring now jumping up with the Estelle, doesn't use a piercing shot there to get it through, but the attack is still going to be continuously built. Kitty Bagel walking up very far as well on this Kazan, but it's going to aid a lot in that pressure as that they're trying to build, as BBB are just trying to get the core out of their half, getting it over, but then it just kind of goes to Kitty Bagel, who's just going to send it right back. Pickshot potentially wanting to position a little bit further up the field, even to be that forward that'll receive the core instead of just trying to get it over to the enemy side, just for it to go straight back at you, as Spring will use the flip there, and a nice hit strike from Pickshot will not secure the goal. Kitty Bagel still has a flip to respond to it. The secondary coming up from Swifty. Pickshot meanwhile being taken up at Turkeen, as the Atlas Ultimate will be there to potentially save them, but the bounces will not find a drum, and Turkeen had enough of this point, walks up, flips, and puts it into the corner.
Honestly, Turkeen's Cats have been showing like very good patience this set so far, and for this game really, and that's very impressive, and that's been allowing them to get like a lot of these plays off and a lot of these goals, just basically kind of fainting out their opposition in Big Beam Burrito, and basically Big Beam Burrito's expecting them to react a lot faster than they are, throwing out the delayed strikes, missing, like basically weirdly timing on these like strike wars and these ability toss outs is playing merry havoc with kind of like their sense of rhythm for Big Beam Burrito. So that's pretty clever on the part, I feel, of Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, their pressure's not giving up. Swifty and Nitron have a flip defensively if they need to use it, but you can see it as well. Turkeen just kind of waiting up front for Spring and Kitty Bagel to deliver the core and just do Asher things, right? As Pickshot's going to dump a lot of damage there. Kitty Bagel not really having a clean angle to really get anywhere. Uses the flip now as well. Almost a KO found on Pickshot, but Spring, again, dribbling up the field. The bounces... Oh, that would have been very silly if the bounces just delayed the KO long enough, but in the end, Pickshot staying on the map. On the other side, Swifty being taken off, so the power play is still very much alive for the side of Turkey's Cats, but they cannot find themselves an angle yet to really get it past Nitron's defense there, as Spring will try to set up, but the Atlas back on the field 3v3 again.
Yeah, just very nice. The angle's not quite being found to get like these scores in, but very nice on like the clears for Turkey's Cats. Beautiful response on the bounce there from Turkey, taking control of this. Just slapped it in.
Yeah, and you can see as well the bulk up values coming through for Kitty Bagel, because when we're hitting overtime, now he has enough power on his strikes to just send core red immediately again, right? Because on nerf a few patches back took that away from him, so now you do need to get some awakenings to be working for you. And if you have the Might of the Colossus with the Pauldrons, if you have the bulk up, that's gonna be enough for it to work again. So that's going to be a difficulty for the side of Big Bean Burrito as well if they do get into that overtime section, because you don't have a lot of tools to shut down these strikes, as another flip will come out in front of the goal. Swifty not able to answer it, and another 3-0 in favor of Turkey's Cats. They have incredible momentum into this game, and this time around they need to close it out in this next set.
Yeah, that's very impressive from them so far with, Kitty Bagel performing incredible on the defense, and Turkey basically taking like the offense well in hand. Spring Mitra just saying like, okay, I feed you the rock and you just all offense, just shove it in. And Turkey is like, it's named after me for a reason. I got this, don't you worry.
Yeah, looking at these awakenings as well, again, pretty solid pickups across the board. You do have the Among Titans for Nitron, which is going to help him stay ever so present on the map with that movement speed. It's also going to give you size to Pickshot, who's going to be a bigger KO threat now, with obviously moves like that, Explosive Entrance being enough there as well to actually take out Turkey in their power play in favor of Big Bean Burrito. I do want to mention as well, though, a nice insurance coming out for Turkey's Cats, because they did get the Spark of Focus onto Springmaster. So even if they do lose this set, there's a potential that they're going to be able to get a Spark. And even if they don't get a Spark, they're forcing the side of Big Bean Burrito to deny the Sparks, because you have leadership and focus already on Spring. If you give the Spring any other Spark Awakening at that point, it's going to be a bit too much spread across the team to really be dealing with. But it looks like Turkey's Cats is not even going to bother thinking about what might happen in the next draft, because they take 2 barriers and they're trying to close out this point as soon as they can. Pickshot will answer it, take the second barrier, as we now have open goals on both sides. Nitron with the flip up front will try to get this as a secure, will flip, and it's going to go through. Nice hit stun from Pickshot, will deny any kind of defensive action there.
Yeah, Pickshot just an absolute titan on the field now, and that is your number one threat. That is Godzilla walking, and much like Godzilla, I don't know what you can do to stop him.
Yeah, there's not really much at this point, because you also have flips coming up soon, right? Kitty Bagel Spring half flip already. Flip will come out. Power play now coming out in favor of Turkey's Cat. Spring gonna be up front. They're gonna force it into the corner with the Asher ultimate, but the strikes will be found. The beam will be found, as the core still not going out. The flip coming out from Swifty, gonna get answered by Kitty Bagel, as now Turkeen fighting for dear life. Bit of a tough situation, because you don't want to be using your evades here. You're so close to flip, but you kind of have to, otherwise you're going to be taken out, and that will be used here as well, as Turkeen's Cats are going to try to get past Nitron there. Will not find it, and a kill found now. Power play in favor of BBB. They do need to find a point here, though, and they lose the barrier, actually. Negative power play for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to still get the barrier here. No, Turkeen's Cat back on the field, and a KO found from Spring. So well executed there. Surely they're going to find the point here soon, but no, Pickshot's going to be there in time to respond. The goal still not found, but Turkey's Cat's looking really strong right now.
Yeah, looking really strong, but they're not able to close out, and that concerns me, because it feels like the longer these points goes on, the more Big Bean Burrito has a bit of a fighting chance, although they have been on the defense for the majority of this one. And very nice redirect from Turkey, kind of gets past Swift Z with a nice angled shot. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, really good positioning, taking advantage of that, of the power that they did have as well, right? We do have low evade bars on the side of 13's Cats now, so if Pickshot and Nitron are going to be opting for it, they could do some pretty damage to them, but it doesn't matter. Both barriers coming down, Swifty not able to respond to it. Pickshot has a flip, might want to use it soon, just to kind of get some mental momentum going as well, right? You want to take these barriers. Gets one, tries to get the second here. Doesn't even have to use the flip yet. Maybe they can even secure the goal without it, but Pickshot needs to flip soon, otherwise taken out. No! The Aptus ultimate there to keep him alive. Triple flips on the side of BBB, one going out. Kitty Bagel's gonna answer that with a hook, but Pickshot rushing up with a bull rush there, not finding the KO. And again, so much damage coming out actually from the side of 13's Cats, as Pickshot is gonna try to stay on the map here, but it's gonna be very difficult. Kitty Bagel confirms his KO.
I was not expecting this level of damage out of Turkey's Cats, gonna be real with you. That is what I was expecting a little bit of X to do, and yeah, X has been showing it, but Turkey's saying, like, we got muscle too, apparently. Like, we've been at the gym, we've been working out, we can handle it, so hey, let them rock.
They got the goal as well. They're now one away from evening out the series 1-1, and Turkeen will have a flip soon, so will Kitty Bagel. So if they play their cards right, they can close it out here. They do want to close it out here. We know what happened last time when they did give that set 3, and they don't want it to happen again. They get one barrier, trying to get the second one. Pickshot will answer with a barrier of their own, though. BBB on the offense still, but the clear will be found just barely in time, actually, as the barrier is now under attack on Swifty. He does have quite a few tools to be working with here, but we'll see if they're going to be used properly as the flip comes out. The Expanse will catch the core. Pickshot again in that top corner, but the angles are just too big to really get through. The Expanse will hold off that flip there, though. So now not any flips to work with for the side of Turkeen's Cats. They do find the second barrier, however. Good patience from Kitty Bagel will play it around Pickshot as Turkeen now up front. That's that Asher pick, but doesn't even need to do anything because the Estelle piercing shot from Spring will come out and deny any kind of defense. Turkeen's Cats taking this game too.
That was a very, very nice response from Turkey's Cats. Took it pretty much cleanly, and like just a very nice offensive flurry from them. That defense from Kitty Bagel and was just fantastic. The holds on a lot of those open nets were immaculate, and really this was exactly the response that they needed from such kind of like a heartbreaker that happened with that first set, with that first game. So they are, at this point, they are riding high, but it is all going to come down to this last map, which is going to be Night Market. And we all know Night Market, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very temperamental beast.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to pan out. I also just do want to point out, BBB just struggling to get into the game. They ended up getting one goal across this entire series. So maybe also just a comp that they're not that confident with. But yeah, you said it. Turkey's Cats, they're riding the high now. They want to get this into the Night Market game. And to add on top of it as well, they get a side selection priority here. Will opt to go first pick. So they're opening themselves up for a power pick yet again. We'll see if it's going to be valuable, as Night Market, again, has some very high-value characters to be playing for and to be going for as well, right? So, yeah, we'll have to see how that's going to go and pan out. You do have, obviously, again, the Julie's going to be priority in a series like this, always, but I don't think it's going to go past the ban screen here today.
No. Like, just... Julie is like on them just like a little bit too scary. I have to agree with you. It's not happening. Oh,
the only way, yeah.
We are going to take like a brief ad break, it seems.
Yeah, it's Twitch ads. For everyone that's subbed though, how you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day.
Okay.
Appreciate it. how's no ad showing? But yeah. We'll see how it's gonna pan out. You do have the option for Turkeen's Cats to potentially go for something interesting here because they have first pick. And so far, Turkeen's Cats was the team that banned out the Julie. So what you can be going for is potentially ban out another pick that you're worried for on the enemy team and first pick the Julie for yourself if Big Bean Burrito doesn't ban it themselves. Especially because if Big Bean Burrito then does end up banning the Julie, you have an Amy pick, and Spring loves Amy as well. So we'll see how that's gonna be panning out here.
Yeah, that's just another example of like the mental chess that can go into like this kind of tournament play, and it's just something that every team has to like keep in mind. It's not always about banning the obvious pick, like, oh, this person's a superstar player on whoever, like immediately ban them. Like, yeah, that's usually like a good response, but sometimes you can kind of like shake up the mental of the other team because they're expecting you to ban XYZ, and if you don't ban them but they try and like pick them first, that's like just like a whole different layer of troubles that you have to keep in mind about. So we'll see if they want to try and go for that kind of play, but it is still very up in the air.
Yeah, as the players are getting ready for their striker draft, I'm going to be curious where the priorities are going to be. There's also, again, the question of what is going to happen with Era. Era, again, being a good pickup on night market. It didn't look to do the job that they needed to for the side of BBB in this Taiko Temple game, but Taiko Temple is still different in a way of how you play it out than night market. It could be that Nitron will try to run it back again as well. We'll have to see how it's going to pan out. Are there any picks that you're hoping to see, P-Flare?
I mean, Luna. I'm always hoping for Luna, but that's just me. I'm always hoping for Luna. I'm always hoping for Luna and Octavia, although I don't expect them. I kind of do expect the Estelle to come out once again. I feel like on night market would be an invaluable resource. I also would not be surprised to see the X given a second try, honestly.
Yeah, especially on a map like this where you can just stay up front. So we'll see, as we have Adrenaline Rush Big Fish and no mix-up here, as the Juliet will come out with the ban here for Turkey's Cats. They're not trying to attempt any kind of drafting strategy here. They're just saying, you know what, Pickshot, we respect you too much, we're not giving that to you. And again, the Amy ban run back for Big Bean Burrito, putting that respect onto the side of Springmaster there as well. Kazan gonna be a first pick for Kitty Bagel again. You have a size awakening, which is going to make it a lot stronger on the defensive end. And you look at the Taiko game, it worked out pretty well on that defense, right? He was able to walk up and defend far up, which made it difficult for the X to really have any kind of efficient value. We'll see if that's going to be coming through as well again on this game. Or if maybe there's going to be a different character priority for the side of Big Bean Burrito. They do lock the Asher this time, saying we don't want to play into it. It's still a bit ambiguous where it's going to go, because I do know that Pickshot and Swiftsy are able to play it. Going to be curious to see what they're going to pair it up here with as well. Because we do have an Adrenaline Rush, keep in mind. This could just be like KOs all over the place.
Yeah, and we don't want that for any of them. We see that the Estelle does in fact come out for BBB, so that already is basically a very dangerous like duo. Even if it's if the Asher is going to play like forward, if goalie, then that's a little bit of a different kettle of fish. But already this is a worrisome comp.
Yeah, and that's why it's so nice to pick the Asher together with a midfielder here, because now BBB has the freedom to look at the entirety of Turkey's Cats' comp and say, okay, where do we want to place this pick? Are we comfortable with it up front? Do we want it in net? How is it going to end up for us? What is going to be the best choice? As Turkey's Cats are going to hit us with the Era X this time around. Last time it was on Big Bean Burrito. They didn't get the value out of it that they wished for. We'll see if Turkey's Cats can make it work. The Awakening's gonna be good for X again. Big Fish gonna be a good pickup. I'm not sure where the value is gonna be for the Era in these Awakenings, but again, we're an eye market. It's gonna hold a good amount of the base value, and both of the teammates from Era really enjoy having more size to work with. As the Asher is gonna go into net, because this is gonna be a Rasmus pickup for Pickshot. I think across the board, even though we have Adrenaline Rush, there's gonna be a lot of Big Fish this game.
No, I agree. Just too much intrinsic value for a lot of these characters for Big Fish to basically not go unappreciated. I could see, say, like Estelle going for Ad Rush, but that's kind of the only one I really see being willing to like overlook Big Fish for it. And even then, like, it's not like Big Fish would be a bad choice. It would just be kind of like a statement of confidence from the Estelle to basically saying like, I will be hunting for kills. You need to watch out for me. I am that threat. So, like, I could definitely see it happening, although I wouldn't put super strong odds on it.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like this game also, because both the forwards and the goalies are on a baseline pretty immobile on both of the teams. So I feel like it's gonna come down to the midfield performance, honestly. Like, is Nitron or Spring, who of them is gonna be able to make that connective play better? Who's gonna be able to tie the gameplay together more cleanly for their own team? And whoever's gonna be able to do that, I do feel like is going to get their team a huge advantage in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I've been seeing like Spring Maestro do some magic, but that was on the Estelle, which is on the other team now. So shoes a bit on the other foot, and there are some big shoes. I actually see. I was a little bit off. Everybody but the Era going Big Fish. Era going for Ad Rush. It seems like, although. Seems like a bit of an odd start, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to restart this game really quick. A funny little X skin has made his way into the lobby that probably shouldn't be in here, but yeah, we'll see how it's gonna pan out. They're gonna quickly have to fix that up, but yeah, yeah, I kind of missed that on the Awakenings. What do you say? Who ended up going what?
Everybody went Big Fish except Era, who went for Ad Rush. Surprisingly enough.
Okay. I mean, there is value in that because the Aeronados can catch a few people quite off guard, right? So you can be playing for it. We'll see how that's gonna pan out. She's gonna be struggling a bit with the striker department because she's going up against everyone that has just like, how much is Big Fish now? 22% size on her or something like that. So gonna be a bit more difficult, but Era has speed to make up for it. So it kind of can go both ways here.
I am sure to win because my speed is superior. Don't know about that, but we gonna find out. I mean, speed is important in this game, so might be a little bit more true than normal. But yeah, that's a lot of big, strong people that are going to be contesting against this Era. So maybe she can make her teammates even bigger to compensate for it. We are about to find out. Here is the kickoff. Here we go.
Also, I didn't even notice, it's Rasmussen net. I really like it. I think Rasmussen net is actually pretty good as well. It can be very fun to play, and especially on a map like Night Market can have some value, but not what I would have expected. So they do opt to just put the Asher up front, which will be a more consistent force through a goalie like Kazan, which I actually do really like that adjustment from BBB here.
Honestly, yeah, I definitely see the vision, and to an extent I agree with it, although yeah, Rasmus can be fun, but there's still like some concern about it. I still wouldn't put them as kind of like a premier goalie character. That's just me. So I feel like this could quite possibly devolve into a bit of a shootout. I don't know if I would expect any like particularly long points for this game, with that Asher just being able to like bully in front and X as kind of like a responding force on the other end. I think this is going to be a lot of fast goals, possibly even fast KOs, just a lot of slugging it out.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to pan out, because again, the forces are really strong on both sides. Flip comes out from Nitron there as well, but does not get past the defense from Spring already, as Pickshot will secure it though. Pickshot, second strongest character just behind the Julie, is arguably the Asher, so we're going to see a lot of efficiency coming out of that pick as well, especially because you found 2 goals now for Pickshot already, and the Flip is still available to him. So an Asher with Flip is arguably one of the most dangerous things to defend against, because Asher on the baseline already does so much for forcing, for getting that barrier. Add a Flip on top of it, and it seems nigh to impossible to defend against.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, Era does get a goal, quickly responded, and yeah, Big Shot just an absolute force of nature. We all know X is quite capable of it too as well, with Nitron getting very low, quite possibly was hunting a little bit for that kill there on Nitron, but they are going to have to watch out on both ends. And yeah, this is already getting bloody.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Kitty Bagel to properly play the defense against the Asher here because you don't really have a way to be dealing with that sort of force. There's a very unfortunate timing on that open form secondary from Kitty Bagel is going to stop him from even defending the core there. Big Beam Burrito now with a big 3-0 set going into this draft as well. You do have speed awakenings coming through, which are likely going to be prioritized. Some more size as well. I could imagine that Pickshot's just going to go for recovery drone here. Yeah, denying that off of Kitty Bagel, giving that much more area of influence on basically all of their abilities. Stacks and Stacks going to be good for Kitty Bagel, giving that mobility. He does play around the midfield line very, very often and does do well with it as the extra special will come out for Springmaster. Heavy impact, not a pickup to be underestimated by Nitron. Going to help with that KO department. And Swifty, Reptile Remedy together with Big Fish. Don't think he's going to die anytime soon.
No, and we see Turkey got that spark of strength, are probably going to try and start spark scaling. Hopefully the idea definitely being to kind of go for light kills and play off advantages, kind of like what was tried a little bit earlier. Don't know how effective it's going to be, but it's definitely it's definitely an understandable game plan. Meanwhile, Spring Maestro is the one looking very, very low, not quite dead, but only by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, but the goal will be found pretty cleanly. Strike Wars just being played out so well for the side of Big Beam Burrito there and get themselves another lead, and it's gonna be tough. I feel like Turkey's Cats might even need to start playing it a bit differently. They're not really able to get the kind of results out of an Era X-Pick as they want, as a double barrier from Springmaster actually comes out. A huge attack now, but the core will go past Kitty Bagel there. One barrier down, second one sure to follow with an Asher up front. No, Kitty Bagel finds the angle past Pickshot. The barrier will still stay alive. Spring and Turkey now both with a flip, potentially looking to get a KO on Pickshot, but I'm not sure if that's what you want to be prioritizing here. Do get the recovery drone out without having to use a flip, and another flip comes out from Springmaster to secure the goal, evening out this set right now. Turkey and Cat's first signs of life.
Yeah, they do have 2 flips, although Big Beam Burrito definitely going to be having like some flips of their own. Just like I agree with you, they kind of need to figure out an alternate route to victory here. Their initial attempts not really panning out and just very, very worrisome initially. So if they can find something like here and now, that would be fantastic. With that early double barriers, they all kind of like tried to collapse onto the goal, and that nearly spelled disaster for them. And with them being a little bit overzealous, I believe Kitty Bagel trying to get up front and get that offensive push going, both of those barriers fall. Flip goes out, gets between all 3 of them. Pickshot saying, "Bring one, bring all, I will get through."
Yeah, most definitely. Pickshot is catching on to the fact that Kitty Bagel is playing very offensively as well and is now watching out for it, trying to get those edge KOs onto this Asher, which just makes it more difficult for Kitty Bagel to really move where he wants to be moving, because if you're overstepping it, you're going to be taken out like that. And if your goalie is out, Turkey and Cats is going to have a really rough time holding on to any of their defense here, as they're almost getting a KO onto Nitron. We'll have to use a flip here, but no barrier falls for it. Nitron's still not safe now, though. A lot of damage still finding its way on top of him, as the Aeronator will be charged up. Where's it gonna go? Doesn't hit anyone but Nitron. Surely gonna be taken out here by Turkey. And a double barrier from Pickshot, though, will actually put the pressure onto Turkey and Cats here, as Kitty Bagel is kind of dribbling the core, trying to stall it, but the dash from Pickshot comes out, takes the core away. Kitty Bagel not flipping in time, and that's a second set win now in favor of BBB.
Yeah, I mean, Pickshot being an absolute menace this whole game, just essentially planting themselves in the midfield and occasionally walking up menacingly, and that is enough to get that offense rocking and rolling and scoring the goal. And Might of the Colossus is not going to do anything but make that even worse, because yes, Asher is a Colossus. Have you seen those muscles?
Yeah, have you seen the size awakenings as well? Recovery drone and Big Fish with might. Literally every single awakening on Pickshot here will be giving more size, which just makes it more difficult. The team player is going to be a great pickup for Kitty Bagel, going to keep the core on enemy half a bit more consistently as the Monumentalist extra special, not to be underestimated either, because Spring can now look for a lot of KO angles with NATOs like that, and Turkey had enough, takes 2 barriers, tries to get the goal, but the defense from Swifty will hold on as 1 barrier does drop from Kitty Bagel here, but the team player is going to have to say something about it, because the core's just going to go flying out of their half almost immediately again. But covered well by Nitron and Swifty. Now Spring and Turkeen trying to walk up, trying to get themselves set up here. But the clean defense side swap as well coming out from inside of BBB is going to be making that difficult. Pickshot in a 1v1 now. And I mean, you have an Asher, you have 3 size awakenings. That barrier is going to go down. You have to look for something like a beam like that there to catch them off guard, to get the core away from them. But the attack is just going to be built again, and Kitty Bagel are trying to get us out. The hook will find its target, as now Turkeen trying to take some damage onto Nitron. The open primary coming out from the Kazan, and the flip comes out. Swifty not able to respond to it in time. Springmaster finding the goal there, and hopefully getting the momentum started for Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, much needed gas, much needed signs of life from Turkeen's Cats. Spring Maestro having that flip and basically seeing that there was a bit of a gap in the defense and that Nitron was being menaced by Turkeen, and I was like, best shot I got, let's go. And they did manage to make something happen, but that is not something that is easily repeatable, especially that flip just being burnt for not a whole lot of effect. They are going to have to find something aside from these. They have these initial spurts of offense, I've noticed, Turkeen's Cats, and they usually have like a solid start, but the longer the match goes on, the more dangerous it gets for them. So I can definitely understand Turkeen's Cats wanting to try and like end these points early, but I don't know if that's kind of like a sustainable plan, especially with what this Big Bean Burrito team has in terms of like defensive capability.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The attack from Turkeen's Cats is very much still alive, but the angle will be found. You can see as well a slight adjustment in their game plan. They are trying to play away from Pickshot as much as possible. They're trying to perma-beam him as well with this arrow, which is going to disable his Asher a lot more. But it's still not quite enough. The goal was found for Big Bean Burrito, and they're now 2 goals away from taking the series, as the clean kickoff from Turkeen's Cats, it will find 1 barrier, but it's surely to be answered soon. No, Big Bean Burrito still holding on to that to the quarter. Does lose the 2nd barrier now as well, a KO now in favor of Turkeen's Cats. They're hoping to get this goal in fast before Nitron's going to be back on the field here, but a good defensive strike will come out. Swifty walking up here as well, making it difficult to work properly, as Nitron almost saves this, but the core finds its way past them on the defense. Turkeen's Cats 1 goal away now from taking their first set in this game.
Yeah, very much needed. Kind of Spring Maestro just barely managing to like slip that past the piercing shot, but hey, sometimes barely is what works. They do again with these very strong kickoffs. Both barriers found, like definitely like their abilities seems to be like in these early matches, in these early seconds of the match, as they find the KO and they do find the goal. And I feel like Turkeen's Cats have figured out like, okay, that's our win condition, that's our game plan. We need to just roll the dice and go full bore into it within like the first 30 seconds, or your pizza's free. That was a lame one. Forget I said that. We're going into Sparks.
I mean, you do have a lot of KOs that were found, actually, for the side of Turkeen's Cats in that point,
Yeah.
and I think they're going to more heavily lean into that. I'm still not certain if Sparkle Leadership is going to do it for you. You have more strength now across the field, but Specialized Training X it's something. So not going for that is definitely a choice. We'll see how it's going to pan out as the Fighter Flight finds its way onto Nitron. The size deny coming out by Springmaster, not giving every single size awakening to Pickshot there, which is a very sensible thing to do in my opinion.
No, 100%. At this point, I completely understand the just no, you're big enough. We don't need to. We don't need to worry about that anymore. We're not going to. So yeah, and besides, a little size never hurt era. So by all means, and hopefully this will be a little bit of the swing they need. Although Pickshot, that prize fighter, looking very, very, very scary. And yeah, that's not going to exactly help either.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel going for the wrong corner there, playing it towards Nitron again, so Nitron can just set himself up with a piercing shot there. Well executed, but we'll see. That's the first point of the skull of the series, not series, of the set. I said goal series and then set. It took 3 attempts to say the correct thing. People take over.
Oh, wow. Very, very nice KO setup. They saw the moment. They were like, this flip, they are going for this flip, and Turkin immediately went for the KO. The power play is in. All 3 of them pushing forward, trying to get this before the power play is over. They do not manage to get it, however. Kitty Bagel has to go back on the defense just in case. Spring Maestro and Turkeen doing their best to keep that core up and take advantage of what they have. Flip goes out, counter flip, gets killed for their impertinence by Big Shot. That is 2 on the prize fighter. Spring Maestro says, I do not give a crap about your belts. Flip, top corner, goal tied set.
A crucial point to be found there, because if you do not get the goal there, BBB can set themselves up pretty nicely to get both of the barriers, and now Turkeen's Cats quick to answer again. 1 barrier down on both sides. Pickshot finds another KO. That's 3 on the prize fighter now. This Asher basically just a Juliet at this point with all of the power that she does have to work with, and the size as well. That dash primary will still do quite a bit of damage as Kitty Bagel's holding on to the defense here. Springmaster back on the field. Era ultimate is charging up, but they're swapping sides pretty swiftly, making it not really do anything as the attack is going to be built again. Swifty holds on to the defense. The core going back and forth in the midfield. They're trying to contest. They're trying to set themselves up, but neither team can find themselves in a position where they can get a sure goal here, as the beam will small down Nitron a little bit. But Pickshot back on the offense. A nice strike from Kitty Bagel will get at the out though, and another KO from Pickshot. This Asher turning into a KO menace here. As the ultimate comes out, the flip has to be used here. Kitty Bagel gets it out, but for how long? As Swifty walks up, and no, an unfortunate angle will find the barrier. Turkeen has a flip here on the X. Might even want to use it to get it out, but no, the strikes will be found. The goal is not there yet. The piercing shot coming out. The crooked leverage will hold onto the point for now. Nishman will use a flip as it's still not coming unanswered. Turkeen flips as well. Core up front now, and the power on Pickshot will be enough together with the overtime. Kitty Bagel not able to reach the point in that core in time, as Big Bean Burrito now 1 goal away from taking the series.
Wild point for that one. That core was everywhere, and so were the bodies. Very nice on Pickshot to just be able to hold on to that and basically force the confrontations and get the KOs they're looking for. Just do not be anywhere remotely near the corner when in presence of this Asher. She will make you take a seat very quickly. Pickshot knows it, the entire Turkey and Cats team knows it, and they are whittling down that Asher in response. Meanwhile, Turkey trying to cause a little bit of havoc themselves. Turkey need to figure out an answer to this immediately, as SwiftZ is preventing any kind of offense from getting started.
Really good death touch there from Swifty. Will hold on to the point. Pickshot down into incredibly low, so cannot really do the work that he was wishing to now on a stagger as well. Will be taken out here. No flip coming out to stay, keep him alive for a little bit. Will slow down the play, but Turkeen's Cats back on the offense now. Get 1 barrier, get 2 barriers. Turkeen's Cats on the attack still. Turkeen will have a flip soon as well. Nitron has a flip of his own. Is he going to be using it? No, he gets a barrier for free. The secondary from Kazan not really finding its value where he was looking for. As Turkeen up front now almost gets an angle past the size of Pickshot, but the core is slowing down a little bit. No, we're still in complete red core territory. Nitron with a nice little attack there. Puts it in the corner. Kitty Bagel not flipping in time. Big Bean Burrito finding the 3rd goal, the 3rd set, the 2nd game, and the series win.
Just very nice on Big Bean Burrito's part to keep that consistency and be able to just not falter in the face of a very, very scary Turkey and Cats offense. A lot of red core flying around, but they were able to hold on, and they were able to find that one shot, just managed to squeeze it in there and just come away with the set and the series.
Yeah, really well executed towards the end. It started getting a little bit more worried for the side of Big Beam Burrito because Turkey and Scats found a way to play against them, but in the end, Pickshot finding these crucial KOs just completely shifted the way you needed to play the game, right? Because suddenly this Asher had so much power. Suddenly she's gonna be such a pressure on the map that you cannot be ignoring anymore, which means that the way that Turkey and Scats was playing before, it has to be completely swapped up again, and in the end, BBB's consistency just was enough for them to get the goal and get the win. Very good for them to get themselves the first series in. Series win. Turkey and Cats starting the season 0-2, but they still have plenty of matches go in the rest of it. So can take a look at the series, look at what went right, what went wrong, and hopefully take a lot away from this as they're going 0-2 as the start of the season. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can see where Turkey's Cats has a ton of potential, just a ton of skill, but Big Bean Burrito was able to just come away from it in the end. And so, like, absolutely no shade to Turkey's Cats. I believe they played well. Like, Kitty Bagel was doing great on the defense. It was just a lot of times where that core was just too fast, and after a point, there's usually, like, situations where it's like, oh wow, that core is moving way too fast. It's just really, really hard to react to in general.
Really hard to react to, but in the end, it's a 2-1 victory for the side of BBB. Next matchup that we have is going to be Luminous Astrals against Happy Girls P-Flare. You excited for it?
Yeah, I am hoping to see a lot out of Happy Girls. I'm expecting another showcase from that team. Zoe Lorraine in particular, I'll be honest, being one of my favorite players in the EU, just personally. So always happy to see that.
Most definitely. But to get everything ready for that series, we're going to go into a short little break to get the series ready, to get the drafts ready. So do not go anywhere, as we'll be right back. And we are back for another banger series, Luminous Astrals against Happy Girls, and more importantly, banger because the map picks that we have are not very EU-like. We have Demon Dice Game 1, Night Market Game 2, Taiko Game 3. Now I said it, Night Market and Taiko, still pretty, like, standardized, but Demon Dice Opener, and why did the Colossus Monumentalist? Oh no.
Yeah, that is that's my response to that. But yeah, Demon Dice as a starter, not common, and even then, like, you can see that the now era, they don't want either of these two on the field, saying that, you know, you guys direct a little bit too much traffic for our taste.
Yeah, especially with the Monumentalist, and now it's going to be pretty disgusting, but we still have disgusting picks here. Obviously, Alex is going to be able to lock himself a Vice here, really good pick for himself. Together with Mighty Colossus, likely going to have a little bit extra damage, but Vice just being a solid pick on a map like DD. Finny, however, also being a very good pick together with that Monumentalist, going to do a lot of damage, and it's going to make it difficult for Alex to keep the core away from the barrier. Locking it with a Juno is making me think that Finny's going to find its way onto Tsuro, while Dinfar is going to be playing a Juno here, but Finny, Juno, that's going to be a lot of, like, passive damage just coming out from the Monumentalist, which you might be a bit concerned for if you are Luma.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And yeah, that's kind of like a response there. Bring out the Zentaro, try and get a little bit more damage out, because in this case, yeah, I would say that's kind of your response to this kind of, like, core control and this kind of ability to basically shunt the core wherever you want to. Just try and quite literally tell them to cut it out.
Yeah. And also the rune pickup here. Llama, a menace on a rune, obviously. With Monumentalist might be a bit of a KO menace here as well. And obviously Zoe's gonna lock herself a Julie pick. Its size is gonna... I think this is gonna be a very KO heavy game. Obviously we're on Demon Dice, so figures. But we'll see how heavy it's actually going to be, because I think there's going to be a lot of passive damage just continuously pumped out for both of the teams here. Well, like, unironically, I think sometimes we're going to find a KO where neither side really tried to get it. It's just going to be something like, oh, Llama put down a pillar to contest core and there just happened to be an enemy on top of it. Or, oh, Zar wanted to move to the other side of the map and just had to walk through 3 Juno blobs that just completely took him out as well. So we'll see how that's gonna pan out. As yeah, I mean, baseline, the Awakenings already make this an incredibly chaotic game to start off, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just the Monumentalist is one scary. Monumentalist is one scary awakening, and Colossus is just another, and almost like for two completely separate yet very similar reasons, if that makes any kind of sense to you. I mean, just everybody on both teams can use one or the other.
Yeah, they can use them well, right? Both the brawlers enjoy some damage and some size. I think the worst fit is arguably the Mighty Colossus on the Vice, but even then, right, you just get damage, and that opens yourself up to deny any kind of size awakening off of the Julie, even in that goalie position, because Zentaro, he likes a bit of size, he doesn't really need it though. Julie is a big fan of size awakenings, and having Might on the Vice as well means there's going to be value, and even Alex taking those size awakenings away from Zoe and just being that nuisance in draft as well. And again, there's going to be so many other high-value awakenings. Deadeye is what I'm looking at with the Finny and the Vice. Whoever's going to get that is going to be getting a lot of value as well. Deadeye also a fine pickup for a Juno. There's Hotshot 1-2 punch. Hotshot, obviously, insane Juno pickup. 1-2 punch, great for Zentaro. So I feel like it's going to be a mix of whoever wins the first set, if they're lucky with their awakenings as well, the game could be decided at that point already in like a worst case scenario.
No, I completely agree with that. Both these teams kind of, I want to say both these teams kind of want the same things, but like kind of like you were angling towards. So yeah, if the draft goes right, you could just almost immediately lock out the opposing team from getting anything they really, really want, or at the very least lock out one one character at minimum from getting anything really usable. So mixed start as kind of expected. So Vice and Zentaro got that size. Zoe Laren on her size. Meanwhile, everyone else monumentalist. So we're going to be seeing some very big pillars.
Yeah, some very heavily damaged pillars as well, right? That will be coming into play. As the barrier does drop now on the side of Happy Girl, Zar gonna be able to set themselves up with that primary, and the damage jump, it's starting. You can see it quite well. Both Alex and Luna, or Tsuro, sorry, have used a lot of their abilities already just to get damage out, and it's gonna shine, especially in a longer point, that those little bit of hits of damage will be so much more visible as well. And you can see that the side of Happy Girls is very much ready for it, because Zoe ended up going Vicious Vambrace here, by the way, just to make sure that she, on that Julie pick, is gonna have as much survivability as possible to play this out.
Yeah, like, she's very ready for that, and I agree. Like, both of these teams, I feel like it's going to start bad and get worse, and that's kind of like an example of that. First KO being found for Happy Girls. I would not be surprised if that is the first of very many, as they have to basically like burn a flip in order to get that score out. Nice banish, runs out just in time for the core to slip past. At Tsuro, nothing to be done about it in time.
Yeah, really good awareness from Lama, noticing that the barrier is going to drop and just holding the banish there. Tsuro sadly not able to react to it in time, as now Luminous Astros are leading the set currently 2-0. It is their map pick, I believe, as well, so it's expected that they're going to be a bit better suited for it. But again, Happy Girls, in no way, shape, or form are they like being completely overwhelmed. They're just finding Luminous Astral's just a bit more consistent at finding these barriers than they are. And that's obviously on a map like Demon Dice. It's so important to have your barrier up as well, because it's going to allow your goalie to play a lot more offensively if you have your barrier due to its natural position on the map. Because it is so far up, it's not that out of question for a goalie to just be at that halfway point, even in situations where you feel like they shouldn't be, simply because you were back at your barrier so insanely fast again. And we'll see how it's going to pan out. There's a lot of damage coming through again. Zarhainev's also going to have a flip available now. Probably going to be looking to use that if he's going to stay alive for the duration of this point. Alex using the Vice ultimate there to get the core out, using those abilities well to just kind of disable any kind of offensive setup there. Zarhainev still low, has to use a flip here, and will send it through Dinfar almost directly there. Luminous Astrals take the first set 3-0, but Happy Girls still have a pretty decent showing overall.
Yeah, that score does not quite tell the entire tale of the tale, and honestly, with what I'm seeing with this draft, very, very good for honestly both teams. I think this is when the game is going to like really get started. We thought there was a possibility of it being over, but this is a little bit too even for me to say that now.
We'll see. There's a heavy impact. It's going to be a lot of damage and cooldowns for Tsuro. The 1-2 punch is going to do a really good job for Dinfar here as well on that Juno pick. But on the other hand, he gets Super Surge for Zar. Going to enable this Zentaro pick so much more with more damage and more mobility. Sparks getting started on Zoe. It could be really nice as a potential setup as leadership goes on to Alex as well. But as of right now, the agility going to hold more immediate value. But oh my god, the damage is just coming through. Happy Girls just barely staying on the map here. Tsuro even has to go take enemy goalie orb to stay up as Dinfar's trying to hold on to the defense, but Alex with that aggressive Vice play will be enough to put it in.
That was a very scary, very quick goal. Like like we were saying, two members of Happy Girls just almost completely staggered out. So if that damage is going to be flying, and Zoe Lorraine almost did already. They do get both barriers in exchange for that trouble, but that's just a frightening situation. KO's going out. Luminous Astrals are not getting paid by the hour. They want this one done and dusted.
With all of this damage in this game, be it active or passive, it's so important to have a better energy economy and to use your evades more optimally than the enemy side. And as it stands right now, Luminous Astrals, they're setting themselves up nicely that evades will continuously avoid some kind of high-value damage awakenings. Meanwhile, the side of Happy Girls can't find the same kind of value in it, which makes it more difficult for them to really do anything without just being taken out. And you can see it again, Dinfar down to no HP. Doesn't have an evade left either anymore as Alex jumps up with a flip. Will gets that barrier out. And now, still one barrier left on the side of Luminous Astrals. Are getting rather low as well. Zoe now in a position to potentially force a barrier here. But good patience from Alex will get the core out. But in turn, Zoe will take a KO as the Finny ultimate will come out here with the Juno buffs together. A bit too much to defend. Alex jumping up to be that nuisance. Can't really give that angle to Otsu to set herself up and get that goal in. As there's now 3 players on both sides again. The dash punch coming out. Misses the core barely though. But the Juno bubbles will be enough. Put it on the other side of Alex. And the ultimate can't really do anything about that anymore. 2 flips now on the side of Happy Girls going into this point, but Luminous Astral still only 1 goal away from taking the 2-set lead.
Yeah, Happy Girls have an opportunity to kind of like push things back, but it was a bit of a tough road for them to get that point, and you can bet that Luminous Astrals are not going to basically want to give them any kind of chance. First barrier goes down for Luminous Astrals. Second barrier goes down even as they die, but it does not matter. They are in the front of the goal. They do tie it up very quick. Zoe Loren with the patience and the punch and basically make that goal on basically like a reverse power play.
Yeah, very important that she was able to find the goal there as well, because if she doesn't, Tsuro was taken off the map there. There was gonna be a really bad power play for or against Happy Girls there. So finding that goal is gonna be crucial. Zoe though taking a lot of damage, not taken off the map just yet, but surely gonna be looked for here. As the Zentara will kill confirm. It's Arhainov now has a flip as well. Dinfar doing his best to keep the core up together with Tsuro, giving that space and that time for Zoe to come back as a clean pass play. Will take the first barrier, second barrier as well. Tsuro not much she can do about it as Zoe's back on the field now. Now Dinfar though on the other hand needs to be careful. KO not found on Zerhainov. Core still being contested continuously by Happy Girl, so they do not want to give the core over to the side of Luminous Astral to give them an attack. As a nice secondary from Finny will get 1 touch on the barrier. Zoe taken off again. Alex has a flip, potentially might want to use it. Secondary up and flip, but Dinfar is answering with another KO. There's going to be so many KOs here. Alex now really close. Will use a flip here, but it doesn't go anywhere. But the ultimate's coming out. That barrier's going to be dropping here as well. Open goal on both sides. Zoe lane as Zoe on a prime position here to potentially get a dash going, but no, a beautiful pillar from Llama will shut that down. Luminous Astrals taking a 2-0 set lead in this game.
That flip a little bit too south to catch that core. Luminous Astrals sitting very pretty, seeing a lot for them. Happy Star about to come up. I can see like Deadeye coming up for that Finny as well, or quite possibly even team player. I don't actually feel like Happy Girls are like completely out of it. That might be copium, but Luminous Astrals have been just very scary, very consistent with their damage and their offense, and that's just been proving a bit of a hill for Happy Girls to climb.
Yeah, I mean, that is the killer for them, right? It's the fact that Luminous Astral so consistently can get the abilities on the right players, which makes it more difficult for Happy Girls to really stay on the map. They have a lot of damage output, they have a lot of potential as well. They've taken barriers, they've taken goals, but just by having the ability usage be a bit more optimized for the side of Luminous Astrals, that is like the slight difference maker there as well, as now both teams are down 1 barrier. Zoe trying to get a KO there, but gets put down into stagger, as now Tsuro also getting rather low. Zoe trying to find any kind of health here. Will find one with the Vicious Vambrace as well. Will get some recovery off of that as she's trying to finish off Zara now, but Alex tried to deny that, but kill confirmed coming out now. Happy Girls in the power play. Lamacraft down into a stagger, and it's looking really good for Happy Girls to take the second barrier. Can they find it though?
Yeah, that's the question. You can see like Lamacraft being very low. Actually got their flip baited out by Zoe Loren. But they do still get the kill, excuse me, but their barriers are open. It's a very, very scary situation for Happy Girls, and they have to try and like make the most of this as soon as possible.
Yeah, they're finding KOs over and over again, but they can't find the position. Llama and Alex doing a good job playing it defensively there, not giving any kind of setup for them to take the second barrier, as Alex is still holding on to it. Now, the Juno and Julie pressure not being enough. Zoe almost gets it there, but again, Alex there in time. Another KO on Zar. Zar is not allowed to play this game, but we've been here twice before. 3v2 power play. Is Alex and Llama are going to be able to hold on to yet another power play barrier? It does look like it, as the course going to go up front. Llama and Alex, I mean, they've been playing together for so many years ago, and they've been top of each of their roles, and they're showing why now. The barrier does come down eventually, but it's still an open goal that they need to find, and Zar's back on the field yet again.
Yeah, it's just, it says a lot that they had been able to overcome pretty much like 2 power plays where by almost all rights, they should have been either scored on or had their barrier taken. Their defense is incredible, and it's basically an absolute chore for Happy Girls to try and break it.
Yeah, and they can't find it. And you saw, again, a lot of damage finding its way into Zar and Llama. Zoe looking to get another KO, but the passing play was just good enough for Luma to find the angle through. Luma taking this point lead against all odds.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Just, I'm going to just go back to it again because I'm just absolutely impressed as that Supernova goes out.
Whoa.
1 down, quite possibly 2, and it's just like the defense has been incredible, and they've been being able to transition it to a very scary offense, have Luminous Astros, and it's just a very hard. I'm not quite sure exactly what Happy Girls do to kind of stop this, because a lot of it is basically going from that defense to offense even as they get killed. Like, just that offense is just very incredible. They do get a barrier, they do get barriers traded, but they need like a little bit more than that, and this is just a bit of a dismantling there, unfortunately, for this set and this game, as they take it 3 and out.
Yeah, they were able to find a convincing victory there, and I think what ended up being the difference maker was just that consistent like ability usage and positioning that was just a bit cleaner on the side of Luminous Astrals. They found KOs while keeping keeping core controls. They found damage while doing that. I feel like the side of Happy Girls had a more difficult time doing that because they were going out of their way to find damage. They're going out of their way to find KOs, and in those moments, the side of Luminous Astrals took over the core control and took a barrier, took a goal with it as well. And it was just really difficult to play out, because you also got to consider Zara great on Zentaro, Llama insane on Rune, and Alex an incredible Vice player. They got 3 very comfortable picks for themselves here to play out, and yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a bit difficult to recover from a game like that, because that is a statement game and a half to start it off with, but now we're going back into maybe a little bit more of a normalized European field, right? Demon Dice, again, not very explored with us. Luminous Astral's evidently really good on it, but it's not really something that every team's going to be practiced on. The next map's going to be Night Market, also going to be the pick off of Happy Girls here. So we'll see if maybe they got some kind of game plans cooking, maybe something that Luminous Astrals cannot be answering.
That would be ideal for them, because they are going to need something to answer back very quickly. Like you said, statement game and a half for Luminous Astrals. So I know Happy Girls do not want to take that lying down. Yeah,
most definitely. And I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the bans here now as well. The bans for game 1, right? They were the Now and the Era, obviously very much the case due to the Awakening starts that we had. Curious to see with maybe a more normalized Awakening start if there's going to be differing bans. I don't think the Now is ever going to be a ban if it's not going to be a Monu start, right? So maybe there's something else that they're going to target as well. Maybe they're going to try to take out a comfort pick off of Zero in the net. Maybe they're going to try to take out the Julie off of Zoe. On the other hand, maybe the side of Happy Girls are just going to take out the Rune, right? Lamacraft has been putting on such a performance on that pick, and on the map like Night Market, it can do just as much damage as well.
I fully agree on that. Like, Night Market, Rune, never a combo you really want to face if at all possible. So I would not be surprised if they just decide, yeah, no. No, we're not letting you have that here. So the question here, though, is after the bans, what do Happy Girls pick in order to quite possibly take advantage of that ban? Do they still want to try and like run back the same team, or are they going to get have to get like a little bit more inventive? We can see like we've got the bans already out here. Luminous did decide, like they said, Zoe, no more punching, and in exchange that rune is gone. So we are going to be seeing a bit of a shakeup here in the team comps, and that starts out with the Era, which, like, again, we've seen this a little bit before. We know Era can do some work on Night Market, provide a lot to their teams while shutting down one of those lanes with that Era NATO.
Yeah, most definitely. The bulk up Deadeye start can also enable quite a few picks here. We'll see if that's gonna come into play, because with the Deadeye again, you're gonna be looking at characters like Finny or Luna, two picks that Tsuro's comfortable playing in any case, right? So maybe that's something that the side of Happy Girls are going to be looking towards as they're locking themselves an Amy, likely going to be the picks for both of their forwards. Tsuro is going to be able to play this Amy net as well if they wish to flex it, but I feel like that's a pretty solid pickup. Because you have the Deadeye Amy, which is going to be a threat around edges. You're going to have the bulk up on X, which is going to be a lot of damage coming out as well. The only thing I'm concerned about there is where's this Era going? With a Vice pick, I think the Era's going into midfield, so it's not going to be as difficult for Zoe to really score on the goal, Era being a decently good pick into an X. But obviously, Era in the midfield is still going to be a bit difficult here, as the Vice pick will find its way onto Alex yet again.
Yeah, not surprised. Did a lot of work on that, as well as the Zentaro coming right back out to play. It's like, why mess with perfection? Like, Era's coming out, yes, but that's because they specifically said no to the rune. Otherwise, they did absolutely fantastically. Last game, no reason to try and reinvent the wheel here.
Yeah, and the Era is also just going to be a solid deny pick, right? Because if you're going to be letting it go through, maybe there's an Era X on the side of Happy Girls. So it is something to consider as the Luna pick comes through for Tsuro in the end. Obviously, Tsuro's most beloved character of hers, the Luna, with a Deadeye, can be quite a menace. The only difficulty here is, yet again, it's not an incredibly defensive goalie, which means if the core control is in favor of the side of Luminous Astrals, it's going to be difficult to really hold on to your barriers as solidly as you would like to. Now, Tsuro, great goalie, is going to be able to do that, but it could just snowball a bit badly if the core control is too solidly in the side of Luma. So it's going to be very much a battle of the midfield and a little bit of the forwards as well. Who's going to hold on to this core better? Is it going to be the Amy for Dinfa, or is it going to be the Era for Lamacraft?
Yeah, like, I'm looking at this like Happy Girls comp, and frankly, the goal is very clear to me. It's just absolute damage. Luna, like you said, not really like the goalie of the year, so to speak. Luna is at her best as basically kind of like an artillery support and just being able to launch those missiles from cross country. So I'm not surprised in that, like, that. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the game plan. Just basically have X go up, have Aimee do close support, and have Luna just completely try and add on and wreck the entire team. That definitely seems their idea, playing for damage. So yeah, that is a very feast or famine playstyle. And if they're not careful, Luminous could easily take advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to come into play, though, as the Deadeyes are going to fall on everyone that we expected. The Amy, the Luna, and the Vice will have it. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out consistently. Meanwhile, the bulk up, a pickup for Zoe, for Zar, and for Llama, but Zoe coming in with a statement saying, you know what, this game's going to go different. Last game, difficult for us to stay on the map, difficult for us to do what we want to. This game, we're taking both barriers, we're taking a KO, and we're taking a goal with it. Happy Girls are here to continue to fight on this Night Market pick.
That was, what, 15 seconds?
Something like that, yeah, like incredibly fast.
That was crazy. But yeah, very much an early statement, like you said. Like this isn't going to be second verse same as the first. We are changing up the rhythm. We are changing up the beat. And Luminous Astrals definitely don't want that. They like their music. They like what they like. So it's going to be a lot faster, and I feel like a lot more furious this go around.
Yeah, most definitely, and especially with Mitsuru on this Luna pick, obviously she's so experienced on it, she's gonna know how to apply the pressure in the KO department there, right? So if everything goes well, there's gonna be a pretty lethal pick to be dealing with for the side of Luminous Astrals. And Zoe and Dinfar on the X on the Amy, they're just so experienced on those picks and have such a consistency on it as well, which is gonna go well for them. So we'll see if they can find maybe even a second goal already in this set, as Zar's gonna run up with a flip here, likely wants to use it. Know that the redirect of the primary will send it just past Dinfar and Luna, not able to react to that in time. It evens out the set, but flip advantage is very much on the side of Happy Girls.
Yeah, I almost want to say that was kind of like a bit of a stutter step on the part of Luminous Astrals. Managed to get like Etsuro and Dinfar kind of caught looking, and they I don't think that's going to happen like super often, and they are going to basically make sure of that. Like very nice combination offense to get one of the Astrals off the board. They definitely want to try and like take advantage of this. As you can see, Etsuro moving up, trying a little bit more support, but you also saw kind of like the weakness of that zealousness.
Yeah, they are trying to get the second barrier. They're still in a pretty good position for it, though, but a lot of damage is going to be found on top of them. The barrier does go down, and a beautiful secondary from Alex will actually find a KO on Etsuro there, and it's also going to remove the flip there. Nice setup from Zar, will push it through Dinfar, and that might have been the dagger that puts the set to a close, because that's incredibly bad in terms of momentum. You lose your flip, you lose the point that you were looking to already be winning. So hopefully Happy Girls will find the return goal here and put us into a goal 5.
Yeah, that is not how you wanted that kind of goal to go, but sometimes that happens, sometimes mistakes happen. It's all a part of the game, and they're going to have to find a way to answer back. Very nearly do. Very nice combination. Flip, tried to bull rush it through. Not quite any dice. Very nice save by Etsuro. Like I said, very good on that. Very good on that. Luna knows what to do for it, and they are fighting to not like lose this second barrier.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at it so far. Flips coming out across the board here. A good Luna dash will be coming out, but Alex saw it ahead of time, was able to get it around. Llama getting a bit low, so is Dinfar, which is going to be a worry. Zara almost getting the second barrier, but the strikes will be there in time. Device Ultimate coming out, almost taking the barrier off of it, as again, damage is just being dumped. Happy Girls just really want to take out this era. Almost do. The strikes coming out, the flip has to come out from Alex to answer that situation, as they finally do find the KO onto the era, trying to even maybe get another KO onto Zar to get this flip out, but no dice just yet. The Vice Cyberside will come out, and the KO will be found by Zar, as we're now in a power play for Luminous Astrals, and Zara still has a flip available to her if she wants to use it. Zoe playing the slow, taking the time, saying, you know what, we're down a member, I'm gonna take my time, and with taking the time, you find the angle as well. Really nice shot from Zoe.
That was slick. That was just like a walk up, like in basketball. You just kind of like walk up and you like just go call the ISO, call the ones, and just get it past. Just beautiful, beautiful patience and beautiful strike from Zoe.
Really good strike. They now are down to one barrier each. Unfortunate bull rush from Zoe will get the core up again, as now Zoro is going to be on an open barrier here. But an unfortunate bounce, probably the most unfortunate bounces I've ever seen, takes the barrier off of Alex. Still, the defense holds strong. The HP bars don't as much, though, as Dinfar, and Zoe will try to get this core through, but it's going to be cleared. Now, Luna under pressure. Is she going to hold on to the point? She will for now. The glitch Lich Pop from Dinfar will keep the core up. Zoe's gonna have a flip soon as well here. Has it now, potentially gonna be looking to use it here. The Alex will use the Vice Ultimate to send it out, but the core is back on the attack. Zar now with the pressure. Zoe using the flip and finds the angle yet again. Crucial point for Happy Girls.
Very nice. Zoe Laren, very beautiful flip, very beautiful angle. Like, we do see, though, Atsuro getting the MVP, and frankly deserved after a lot of, like, that kind of near-heroic play that set up Zoe for these points. Goes for the Super Surge, and can't say I blame him.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because you win that draft, you want to get all of these high-value awakenings, and you're in a situation where enemy team's picking 2 and 3. Both of them really like Super Surge. You're Luna, you don't really have an incredible prio other than Adrenaline Rush here, and you just don't want to give Surge, so you have to take it, which means Zar's going to be able to pick up the Adrenaline Rush. You're going to have a Twin Drive of Llama. It's so difficult to really play this out, so even though Happy Girls won the set, I can't say they won the draft.
Nah, unfortunately, but it was like, she had to be thinking the same thing, just very much, well, what can you do? And she did what she could in that draft, and sometimes the game just does not, like, agree that your team deserved it all, unfortunately. But they do still manage to take a barrier, and Zarnif looking very, very low, very, very in peril. So, by all means, there's still hope here, and there's still more than enough chances for Happy Girls to take this.
Yeah, you can see it as well. Happy Girls trying to play same corner as much as they can, because that way they can stack damage so efficiently, have Luna Rockets come in, have X do all of their damage as well. So, and you saw that with the HP bars going down. A KO will be found in favor of the side of Luminous Astrals here, but the barriers are down on the side of them as the defense will come out. The Luna Crater Maker will be enough to defend that, as Zar's put down to 1 HP now. Has a flip, probably wants to use it soon, because if you don't, you might just be taken out. Flip comes out, answered by Dinfar, however, as the core is still in play. Low evades on Zoe Lorraine there. She's going to try to not get taken out, but the defense from Atsuro is just so good. The double Soren angle will hold on to it, and a nice Amy Cyber Swipe will get the attack going again. But again, it's just no lethal enough attack on the goal as it's going back and forth. Now Alex under pressure with the Luna Ultimate will be taken out by Zoe. Zoe just punching directly into his face. Not much you can do about it. Now Dinfar has a flip. Another KO coming up from Zoe. She's showing us why she's currently the KO lead record holder from that season 1. And another great point coming up from Happy Girls.
Just punch and punch and punch and beat you down and beat you down and beat you down until you cry uncle is Zoe Lorraine, and just almost a work of art in the way that Zoe can commit gratuitous violence in this game. But they are taking full advantage of it, our Happy Girls. Meanwhile, though, Luminous Astral's definitely not out of it. Got the barrier up, and got the barriers out, rather. And open goal for Happy Girls. Luminous Astrals definitely want to, like, take advantage of this. Stop this pain train from rolling on. They do get both their barriers taken, however. And a bit of an unfortunate boost from Atsuro as she tries to basically clear it out, unable to, and leaves the goal open for a strike to tie it up.
Yeah, just a little bit off there to hit the core, which allowed Zar to get the goal in the end, but still a really strong point for Happy Girls, and they're playing for their win con. They're finding that damage, and they're finding the pressure, more importantly, because that's where the side of Luminous Astrals will struggle a little bit, is continuous pressure on their half, because they don't have a great defensive utility. They have Vice, sure, she's going to do quite a bit of damage and work, but there's limits to it. But there's also limits to HP bars. As a KO gets found, a return KO coming up from Zoe. A second one coming up for Zoe, but Zar doesn't find the goal. Almost one barrier down. Can't you find the second one? She still has about 5 seconds together. 3v1. Is Zar going to be able to hold on to the point? A lot of damage coming through. Still holding on. The core isn't done yet. The turret coming through. Another KO being found. We're not stopping. Luminous Astrals back on the field. 3v2. But the core is not going in yet. Alex and Llama holding on to it. 4 seconds till Zar's back on the field, and we're back to a 3v3.
And they managed to hold against all odds. Luminous Astrals proving that, like, they they do have the sauce. They do have the stuff. So by all means, impressive, and they take the goal as well, surviving hell itself and making it through to bring this to set point.
What a point for Luminous Astrals to come back to. Everything was pointing in Happy Girls' favor so much, and that's gonna be a bad point to be losing out on. That's not gonna help you with your confidence. You need to find another quick goal here, but otherwise it's gonna look a bit grim for you, as now plays going back and forth. Tsuro trying to get the core up front will do just that, but a strike war win from Lamacraft will be enough to get it out. And a KO found now by Zarheinef on that Zentaro. Flip coming out, takes one barrier. Now it's Luna's turn to try to hold on to this. Will be getting one barrier, second barrier down. Attack still alive. Alex had to flip the Aeronado. Gonna be enough, and a 3-1 set win for Luminous Astrals. Gonna be curious to see what kind of awakenings we're gonna be finding in this draft.
For sure. Like, that was, I feel like 2 points at least that felt very much like they were going to go Happy Girls' way, and just did not. But on the other hand, it seems like there might be a bit of a reversal of fortune here for them. We're seeing Hotshot available, as well as they took Explosive Entrance. Two powerful awakenings for Happy Girls, and as well the prize fighter get taken. Like, a lot of these rewards for like damage and just being able to KO as well. They are going full on into this KO comp. I would not be remotely surprised if we see an ace come out of, honestly, either team at this point. Happy Girls more likely, but the question is, will they even let it get that far?
Yeah, we'll have to see. A beautiful rocket actually will find the goal there. Another KO for Zoe again, getting those stats up a bit. I've stopped counting how many KOs she's found already. I feel like looking at the draft, there's two that I really want to highlight, and it's the heavy impact on Zentaro. Zarheinef doing such a good job at finding these KOs consistently. Gonna have a lot more cooldowns to be working with, and a lot more damage as well now. On the other hand, the hot shot from Tsuro is gonna help with that faster side swap so much more consistently. But I am slightly worried that maybe Zarheinef can snowball out of control with that Adrenaline Rush now. Bulk up heavy impact with Adrenaline Rush. If you find a KO, the Centauro is gonna be an absolute menace, but you don't need to worry about a KO because the Happy Girl's just finding 2 barriers back to back. One gets answered now, but the second will still hold strong. Never mind, Strike War win for Llama as the core does not find its way in. The KO from Zardo, and this is where the Zentaro gets scary. This is where he's gonna do so much damage and have so many abilities to work with, and he doesn't even need to use it. The speed is enough together with the strikes, and we'll just put it in.
Yeah, already I'm seeing, like, essentially Luminous Astrals have scaled enough that they can kind of dish out as much damage as Happy Girls are, and they have enough core control that they can actually respond better. Horrible strike goes around the world, skates by the Luminous Astral barrier, says, "Hey, what's up?" and then loops right back onto him. Zarheinef just immediately catches it, self alley-oop. Oh, that is a horrible way to end a set.
Yeah, and now you get Reptile Remedy on Zar, which together with the bulk up is gonna do 2 things. It's making sure that the Zentaro is not gonna be dying that anytime soon, and it's gonna get more damage yet again. So difficult to play out now for Happy Girls. That draft was such an unfortunate loss for them. I'm still caught on the heavy impact end. It's just so difficult to deal with it. You do get stacks and stacks for Dinfar, gonna help with mobility, but if you're dead, that doesn't matter, they reset. Prime time for Tsuro might help on the defensive end a bit as well, and Stinger's gonna help with the damage front, but I think that's just another draft where Luminous Astrals just got the better end of the deal.
Yeah, this basically came down to, like, draft diff is one of those things that I feel can sometimes be an excuse, but in this case, I kind of want to say it. I kind of feel like Happy Girls got draft diffed, and that is, oh, this was a horrible reversal of fortune for them. It started at after that first set win, and they got punished for winning.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them now as well, right? Dinfar has essentially 2 Dead Awakenings. Stacks and stacks being close to 0, Prize Fighter going as well. It's not going to help them in any way with that KO department, but even then, right, it's just those cooldowns, that survivability on Zar. He's just continuously walking across the map, being everywhere, dealing damage, being that presence. So it's just incredibly difficult. Has flipped there as well, farms it up. This Centauro has just gone out of control, not to mention as well Alex with the glass cannon and the 1-2 punch with the Deadeye doing a lot of damage in the back end. Llama together with Twin Drive and Team Player having like the optimal setup to just enable any kind of play with quick core succession or quick speed ups. So it'll be rough. Happy Girls still have avenues. If they find barriers like this, if they can maybe find the off KO as well, they have an avenue to come back into this, but right now it's looking pretty rough for them.
Yeah, like, you can see Dinfar on their last legs, getting hunted down. There's the KO. That ad rush is procced, and like you said, with that heavy impact, Atsuro already low. Zoe trying to do whatever they can to get that clear out. She's trying her absolute best. Tornado comes out. Goal is open. They are trying everything. All the ultimates are getting thrown out. Anything that's possible. You can see Zoe Loren already on like her last legs as well. And meanwhile, Zarnif pushing, trying to like bring this to an end. And they do manage to slow it down for a little bit. They do manage to get a barrier. This is basically their last chance.
Yeah, but the KO gets found. Atsuro gonna try to dash in. Flip coming up from Zarnif, not gonna find anything. But Dinfar now just put down the stagger, which is basically creating a 3v1 here. Never mind, Dinfar with a nice cyber swipe. Still not dead yet. A flip is gonna be on Atsuro as well. If she does want to use it, needs to use it here. Gonna rush up as well. And the primary from Alex will miss. Atsuro coming in clutch on this point. Is gonna get the goal and gonna get the reset. They're gonna get another chance at life. They need to find 2 more if they want to take the set.
That was a hero play and a half from Atsuro, and like it's always been kind of like that way with Atsuro, just being able. She's been known to come in the clutch more than once, so I'm not surprised that it was managed again. But the question is, how long can that happen? Especially when Zoe gets taken out like that. It's just I'm not sure what you can do about that. Great glitch pop from Dinfar, and they are doing their absolute best to hold on in these desperate times. It's a question of, can they last long enough, though?
Yeah, they're swapped there as well. Dinfar got low, so Luna started rocking up and started midfielding, which ended up pretty well for them. Now it's Zero the one that's low, almost taken off the map, but the pressure is starting to get found for the side of Happy Girls. Alex down to stagger as well, might get rid of the recovery drone here. I feel like they're finding the damage more on their targets than they were before, as explosive engines will come out from Zoe there with the EX, gonna give enough range and gonna get the goal in. We're at a 0.5. It's gonna come down to, like, is Happy Girls gonna be able to find KOs and damage onto Alex and Llama? Because Zar with Reptile Remedy and Bulk Up, he's just gonna be too tanky, and that's what they were relying on so far, getting that KO on Zar, and that's not gonna be that reliable to be found anymore.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of like see it in their shift in priorities, and they're going to have to like keep that up. They're going to have to try and like do their best to play around Zarnif, and that's not going to be easy, especially when Zarnif is hunting you. Weird
Huge
bounce, and they do get the barrier flipped in their face, and they get the set. Clawing back from absolute defeat there, and I'm sorry, I have to go back a little bit. That Dinfar seemed dead to rights against Zarnif, and that looked like that was lag or just something among that saved him.
The clutchest thing there was the fact that Atsuro just found that dash and just immediately shut down that clear. Clutch player yet again, as she's going to be rewarded with a missile prop. Specialized training finding its way into Alex, making that ultimate even more lethal, as the fighter flight's going to help Zar to stay a bit more mobile. Castellat's going to be denied off of Era. She's going to go for size, and now Dinfar taking them among Titans to just enable his teammates even more. We're going into a set 5 here. Happy Girls is fighting to put this into a game 3. Meanwhile, Luminous Astrals are looking to close off the series right here, and then we'll see who's gonna get it first.
Yeah, you can already see life going down on one side, but barriers going down on another. The question is, what ends up being the most important? And Zoe Loren having to kind of like fight for survival here, has to retreat from the fight. Lamacraft also not looking exactly very healthy. Correction, looking very dead. Zoe Loren comes back with a lot more health as they try and like collapse on this barrier. It does get cleared out as well. Crater Maker comes in, nearly gets the barrier, but no dice. They do manage to survive the power play briefly, although that barrier does go down. Long range shot from Atsuro gets deflected. This is turning into a lot more of a scrap than it was earlier.
Yeah, and both barriers down now. Dinfar has a flip, Zarinov has a flip, and Zar will use it, finds the angle. Point lead now for Luminous Astrals, but they don't have a lot of energy to be working with, which means Alex and Zar could potentially be taking some damage. Again, Zar's going to be difficult to be taken out here, but you have flips on Dinfar, you're close to a flip on Zoe. It's going to be very possible for you to just take this point, maybe even off of force, even though you have been finding so much value in these KOs. One barrier now does go down on Atsuro, the second one still holding on as Zoe's going to try to get a KO on Llama here. Flip has to come out from Dinfar. Dinfar no evades anymore, but one barrier down now. Zoe close range with Alex here in a close 1v1. I'll take X over Vice any day, but the core doesn't even get to them because the attack and the midfield control from Lava and Zara are going to be enough. Dinfar still holding on just barely. The dash coming out from Tsuro there, but doesn't find the stun as another setup's going to be trying to detect the bottom barrier. It doesn't go yet. The flip comes out from Zoe. She's going to get it. Zoe up front still. The core's going to get to her, but she can't get it past. She can get it past.
Okay.
Crucial strike war win against Lamacraft. Alex has nothing to react to it. Evades low on Zoe and Dinfar, but a flip ready for Atsuro.
That was basically like a quick draw between Zoe and the other team, and just managed to win that out. Nice patience to wait out the supernova as well. They try and like get an offense going, and our Happy Girls very strong first showing. Barriers traded. Happy Girls still in this fight very much. They do get their barriers taken, however. They are trying to push up our Luminous Astrals, but not quite. They get destroyed for their impertinence. They do manage to save the barrier to Happy Girls, and it is them on the offense. And they have managed to come back from the brink of defeat and pose a real challenge.
Yeah, the power play didn't find its value there, and now the goal's going to be found from Zar as well, together with the KO. It's going to be an energy reset on the side of Dinfar there. More importantly, Stacks and Prize Fighter reset. So again, 2 Dead Awakenings on this Amy here. Luminous Astrals looking for one more goal to take the series, but Happy Girls has something to say about it as Lamacraft almost immediately taken down to 1 HP. One barrier drops, the second one gets safe though still. Second one's still alive, second one goes down. Zar getting it. It's going to be answered by Happy Girls. One barrier down on there, and Alex will have a flip soon as well. Probably going to be looking to go up here. Yes, Has Flip will use it, and it's going to go down to the bottom. It's going to go in. And Luminous Astrals will take the series 2-0, but Happy Girls were fighting until the end of the series. Really strong showing.
Yeah, they made a struggle of it. It was looking very bad there for a second there, but Happy Girls reminded people like, no, we are still a force to be reckoned with. Still, once again, all the love to Zoe Loren. Still my favorite. Well, one of my favorites at the very least. Just beautiful showing in the KO department, but it was not enough. Atsuro made more than one miracle play, did she? But it was that combination offensive struggle and just being able to control the core, I think, a bit more than the Happy Girls were able to. Did Luminous, basically come out of that with the win. That's what got them that, and just being able to like hold on and finish a lot of those points very quickly before anything could like sort of ramp up for Happy Girls. Yeah,
really, really close. A lot of damage again, as we expected. 10 KOs coming out of Zoe as well, right? Coming into play there. And Zarinov, not even able to get 52,000 KOs. Bam. I think Centaur's slightly weak, guys. Though. But shout out to Zara in that series as well. 13, part of 13 goals. That's part of literally every single goal. I'm pretty certain there. So really well played from them. Luminous Astrals did take the win this time around. Happy Girls having an unfortunate 0-2 start to the season now, but they've gone through TMCT, they've gone through Luminous Astrals. They are bound to have gone through the worst already, and both times they had a really strong showing. Definitely a strong team to watch out, and someone that we can be expecting in playoffs.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. This is far from the last you will see of Happy Girls, like either in one way or another. I still expect great things from them. I fully expect them to basically start their winning ways sooner than later. I thought both games here were fantastic from them.
Yeah, most definitely. But we had two really great series, PBB against Turkins Cats and Luminous Astrals against Happy Girls. That will be it for me and P-Flare, as we're going into a small little break to get the Zoo against Forged Fury ready. P-Flare, do you want to sign us off?
Y'all, this is already crazy. I hope y'all are enjoying it. There is a whole lot more to come. Zoo, like I said, Forged Fury, that's gonna be something else. Check you later.
I'm doing quite good. Woke up 15 minutes ago, ready to cast. Oh, I have. Oh no!
It's still muted. Is it unmuted now? Oh, it's unmuted now. Oh, I cannot believe that happened to me. I had like the best
yeah.
intro and everything. It was great. Well, once again, I'm Saikeen, joined by Jay. She already introduced herself a second ago. But yeah, I am ready for a wonderful game. A Series 3, Forged Fury versus the Zoo, right? This is hotshot start with the Explo. And I mean, I expected these bans, right? These are like typical bans for this start.
Yeah, whenever you see Hotshot, you normally think Juno. Same with Centaura for Explosive Entrance. I mean, Explosive Entrance is literally Centaura. Like,
It's true.
gotta ban him.
It's
Gotta ban
his
him.
awakening. That's him. He's in the awakening.
Yeah, and the immediate hitting first pick. I mean, very good with cooldowns. This character already has 1 billion cooldowns. Why not give her more, right? Hotshot recently returning to the rotation, and a lot of characters, especially like these midfield goalie picks, have been absolutely loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I personally, I love Hotshot. I mean, throw it on any of the characters that I like to play, you know? Put it on a Kai, put it on a Stell. I love Juno, of course, but, you know, you never really get to play it when Hotshot's in the pool. But, you know, it's just so good. And, I mean, Explosive, that's just a strong awakening for anybody with a dash, right? So, I imagine, it'll be... Honestly, maybe it's Hotshot for everybody. Maybe it's just Imi who takes Expo, maybe. I'm not sure on that one.
100%. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an Explosive Entrance Imi and Hotshot and everyone else.
Makes sense
Awakening,
to me.
pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see. So, tell me, what do you know about these teams, right? There's something special about this Forged Fury team. I think we're going to be seeing Pimple Melon and Dropletto, which are I don't think they're European players, are they, Jay?
No, I think I know those people. Hold on. I think I played against one of these people like 3 weeks ago in an NA qualifier. Hold on.
Holy.
Where did they come from? They're invading.
Classic
Yeah.
NA, just going wherever they want, taking just. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to go down that path. The climate is not right for that joke right now. We are getting ready to get into our game. They have finished the bans. I have let the teams know that we are ready to go when they are. You know, this is going to be an exciting one. You know, the Zoo, Nero, Scythe, Donkers. These are all very well-known EU players, right? So I'm expecting to see some great things coming out from them. You know, maybe they're the ones who are going to be able to put Forged Fury in the dirt.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting matchup as we are slowly loading into the lobby here.
We'll get in someday, right? It's like they've
You never know with Audi servers.
right? Aesop, please give us like the super private special servers that lets us like get 0 ping or something. I don't know.
True.
But we are getting in here. Oh, 1 second. I believe I might be bugged because the Imi's name is off for me.
No, Imi's name is on.
Okay, the Imi's name is on.
Unfortunately.
This is a spectator bug. It's so chill. We are going to live with it.
Oh, this is deep forward Finny midfield. I just realized. Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, Temple Melon is just a notorious Dubu abuser, right? All right. So I mean, that's explosive entrance on Temple Melon. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
Oh my!
No way!
And it's already paying off.
Dubu takes the KO, throwing down the Tofu Fortress. Not going to find anything off it just yet. This is going to defend it for now. That's Nero, I believe, Dropletto, and SMG playing in the corner here, trying to get it out. Not going to find anything just yet. Wow, that is a lot of name-offs in my lobby. My bad, everybody. Rasmus is dangerously low at this point as the last barrier falls for Forged Fury.
Yeah, Siphon very low here. Is able to stay alive for now, but Tempo gonna have cooldown soon, as the EUSL is used to save the team for now. With dribbling up, SMG evades, doesn't need it. Dropletto is able to get the clear as a pass on the Siphon, and we kind of reset the more neutral state here.
Yeah, the Finny ultimate is going to come out. Nothing really found for it just yet. That is Dropletto on the midfield, by the way. For those who don't know, this is a tried and true brawler player. He might be the most brawler of all brawlers in NA, so he is putting on a new hat. But Estelle with a great Rose Warp is going to destroy SMG's chances of clearing that and is going to find the goal. That is 1 point up for Zoo in this first set.
Yeah, excellent clear coverage there. Kind of covering most options there. SMG unable to win 50-50 as immediately barriers are traded. Tempo using magic against the Taiko drum with the log, but both barriers do go down here. Tempo with flip. Tries to strike, but goes back for the orb. I don't know where Tempo's going, but she's doing something as always. As Siphon flips into the bottom side here, and immediately scores in. The Let Me Defend ping comes out.
A very interesting play coming out from Temple Melon. The walk back to take goalie orb and make your goalie assume that you're going to stick back there, then leave. And Zoo took perfect advantage of that, as now Estelle's taken really low, but the Atlas ult is going to come out, keep her alive and healthy. Rasmus, though, does not have evade for any damage that might be coming his way. And that is 3 flips on the board. Great evade coming out from... One sec here. Donkers. I had to check my little notes here to see who was who. But great evade from Donkers to survive the flip kill. And that is 1 barrier for each side now going down.
Yeah, they're kind of trading here. Tempo with the pass ping does end up getting a KO here, as drop does burn flip. Energy is really low across the board. But on this power play, they are able to take the second barrier here. Forge Fury pushing up. SMG up to Dropletto. Tries to get the card to Tempo. Can't do it for now. And they stall for Siphon to come back online.
And Siphon will come back. That is the power play killed. Dropletto is a little low. Oh, Temple Melon trying to go for another kill on Donkers. Not going to find it. The great Atlas ult coming out just in case. Flip from the Tofu Fortress. But it is just going to be in place for this Dubu to come slap it in. And that is Forge Fury taking their first point in this set 1.
Yeah, kind of lost all options. The Tofu Fortress actually doing its job. Walking off all the angles and a combo kill onto Donkers. I think every single person on Forge Fury got a knockback hit in there. As they get on the power play. Dribbling up, SMG also pushing up here. Taking the second barrier as they lose one in return, but very well spent power play for the most part.
Yeah, no, they got everything that they kind of wanted besides the goal out of that power play, right? They got a lot of damage onto Rasmus, made him force evades, and now it is just going to be stacking cooldowns once again to either get the goal or, oh my goodness, take out Atlas with the Tofu Fortress. That Atlas did not see it coming as the secondary comes out from Finny. Great hook coming out from Rasmus to keep this play alive for them just a little bit longer. Dropletto with the flip, trying to either stack damage or catch the core. Unfortunately, it's just going to be damage as both teams are back, and that is Rasmus going down. The power play continues. Temple Melon with a great strike through Donkers and Python. Nero, my bad. But yes, that is Forge Fury taking points. Absolute chaos indeed, Jay.
I mean, Tempo's doing a very good job at finding people with low evades and just getting a kill, as the rest of Forge Fury is end up forcing out these evades, and it makes it near impossible for anyone to do anything about this boo standing over them. But Dropletto is low. Donkers as well, though. Is Drop able to get an orb, and Donkers just walks through the tofu with evade.
As one should do, but that is going to be Dropletto being taken out. SMG unable to deal with the Rasmus while Temple was dealing with Estelle, and that is going to be the score and the set for the Zoo as we get into this draft now. And I'm hoping to see some really fun awakenings here, and it looks like, yeah, there's quite a spread here.
Yeah, Tempo immediately hovering a prize fighter. As we know, as we saw from that last point, all this boo wants to do is kill. And it's going to happen. I mean, the prize fighter of this draft is so dangerous. There is so many good awakenings in this draft. Oh my god.
There is, and oh, I realized it just near the end of the last point there, but this Dubu Finny combo is so kind of disgusting, right? With that Finny ultimate, the grand finale, big finish, whatever it's called, with the Dubu Tofu, it just gives Dubu enough time to get in there, or vice versa, right? This is just such a nasty composition to deal with on this map where creations can be so powerful.
Yeah, the combo ult, drop, double barriering, like, almost instantly here, as Donkers is able to get one back for now. SMG with a good evade here, able to solve for now, but Siphon does end up getting the barrier here as Tempo's pushing up with SMG. Siphon getting low, but the Atlas ult will come out.
Yeah, and the Atlas ult will come out. The Grand Big Finish will go out as well. Nothing being found there. Rasmus looking low here. SMG dashing in, trying to find something. Not going to find it. Dubu rolls out of position, trying to find that kill and damage. Not going to find it. Great primary coming out from Donkers to secure the goal, and that is going to be the first point of set 2, going over to the Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the disadvantage you run when you have this dash range, right? If you miss your roll, you are rolling forever across the map. It is just unfortunate, and you're not going to hit every roll, as Tempo did end up missing the one there, and immediately the Zoo double barriering SMG here, but able to hold with the Ami turret.
Yeah, and a nice ultimate coming out from Dropletto just to really make sure that the core held in place just long enough for his team to get in position, but no amount of positioning can save that one. The Estelle primary from Donkers, just an absolute marksman with this, finding the next goal once again. And that is the Zoo on set points.
Yeah, I think the Zoo have kind of adapted to this Dubu. Most of the combos that Dubu can do are not true, and I think that they are now realizing that with these evades, and they've been struggling to, SMG and Dropletto have been struggling to force out these evades for Tempo to get this KO, as they're getting scored on a little bit too fast for it, as Donkers with the Rose Lord into the primary ends up immediately converting, and 17 seconds in, they take this third point.
I mean, Donkers just does not miss with that primary. Incredibly done. There are going to have to be some adjustments made from the side of Forged Fury. Either Tempo's going to have to help out more and stop sharking for kills so much, or something's got to be done as this Estelle takes the Deadeye. Great pick. That is going to be damage denied. And it's just good on this Estelle character, but that is Super Surge on Aimi, which we know is a very strong awakening, especially since she did not start with Explosive this time.
Yeah, I was surprised to not see the Explosive, but now with the Surge, especially with Eject, you could just cross-bat blink. It is very cool. As Tempo building up size, this is a big Dubu. Just a little big, and that will hopefully help with these roll connects. And yeah,
Oh my goodness.
yeah. That was also used, unfortunately not in time, as Forge Fury does get a power play here. See if they can convert anything off of it.
Yeah, and oh, there's that disgusting combo, right? That timeless Finny ultimate lets Dubu just have enough time to get in there and throw down his Tofu Fortress, but that is going to be the return barrier taken. It is now open goal for either side. Dropletto missing the strike there is going to get it into the hands of Donkers, and right up to Scython, who's going to sink it into the goal. SMG, nothing he could do there about it. Well played from the side of the Zoo.
Yeah, and I think kind of realizing here, like, this Estelle Rasmus very much loves when the net's open, right? But Vinny Dubu has not a lot of open net scoring, right? So it's really, they can get the barriers fast, but if it's so much harder for this comp to convert on open net on this map, because like these barriers very easy for this team to just sit in the corner and take, but they can't really do it when net's open. It's a lot harder. So
yeah, absolutely. The pressure that Forge Fury is having to deal with is surmounting, and the last barrier does go down. Tofu Fortress being thrown out, trying to get a KO, ends up helping out the enemy team instead. Great strike shot coming out from Nero, but that is the Finny ultimate coming down in front of the net. That is the last barrier down. Dropletto has to flip, can look for a play here, but Rasmus is going to find the goal. Great little pass down to the bottom there, little dribble, and straight with the primary into the goal, and that is going to be the Zoo on game point for game 1 already.
yeah, incredible awareness there by Siphon to realize that the triple play is an option, as now Forge Fury needs to start fighting back. They need to bring this back from 0-2-0-2, and Tempo is getting orbs.
Get orbs.
That's the win con.
That's the plan. As now Tempo Bella does have flip, the orbs have been achieved, standing in the Atlas ult, not getting any benefit from it because she's on the enemy team. Dropletto with the flip. And Scython is going to go down. That is a great roll, kept him in place for just long enough in front of the net with the flip. Here comes the Tofu Fortress, and it's in, but no KO, but it's still a goal.
The Boo has scaled. We are at max prize fighter stacks, and especially this Dubu roll does a lot of knockback. Like, you can just die to raw Dubu roll now. It is a little disturbing. And that might be the win con as they immediately lose both barriers, though, as the Zoo pushing up quite well here. And drop on own goals. What a way to end the game.
That was very, I mean, that's the best way Forge Fury could have gone out of that set, is by taking it on their own. Well played from the Zoo, taking this game 1 on Taiko Temple against Forged Fury. That is well played from them, a well-earned Scython MVP. I wonder what the Forged Fury locker room sounds like right now, because I mean, it's either got to be full of laughter and clowning on SMG or something, or it is dead silent.
I imagine Tempo is yelling to KO them. That is my guess.
That sounds about right to me, I'll be honest. I mean, we saw some really great KOs came out from Tempo, especially that one at the start, but once the Zoo really found their footing and realized, like you said, you know, this Dubu doesn't have a lot of strong true confirms, it was just a walk in the park for them after that.
Yeah, they definitely just pushed the pedal on the offense, and like, if you can score fast enough that this team can't force out your evades, you're just going to run them over, and they did a really good job of that. Like, most of their points, they scored within, like, 20 seconds, right? Like, they did their win con of just full offense perfectly. And that is really what made them start running over this game here. And we'll see if they can just do it again, you know, get a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I believe... Oh, shoot, my bad. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. There we go. Into the replays we go. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Wait, that's not the right replay.
That's not...
That's so sad. My replay thing... Oh, okay. Never mind. We're in. I just forgot to press it a couple times. It's so fun. That is the growing pains. It has been a long time since I've streamed a broadcast. Bear with me, team. We will be fine. But yeah, no, absolutely. They were just unable to crack that open net defense, right? Unless really they had the perfect setup. Like you were saying, it's so hard for that team of Finny Dubu to really find those scoring opportunities. So I'm sure we'll go back to draft and we'll find something that will work for them.
Yeah, you know, hopefully maybe a little bit more damage, because Forge Fury team very much enjoys damage, and that was a bit more of a poor control start with the hot shot, but we'll have to see, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. I'm sure as we get into this next draft, in just a second here, making sure I've got everything looking right, and it looks like I do. So yeah, we'll be starting this next draft very shortly. And oh, let me tell you, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm looking at the starting awakenings, no spoilers, but it is going to be a little crazy.
ooh, that sounds like a blast. And this is Forge Fury's map pick, by the way. So, of course, the Zoo picking their comfort map on the Taiko Temple. Forge Fury very much at-lab enjoyers. So
Yeah, no, it's really going, because, you know, they're KO players, right? They're damage players. This is going to play so well into what they want to do. Wow, this start isn't really the most damaged focused. I'll give you that little spoiler, right? It's a little bit of a weird one.
oh joy.
Yup. But we are waiting for teams to get in, and yes, they are in now, and this would be banned in NA, by the way. I'm pretty sure this would be re-rolled, but I do not believe EU has a rule. They allow Spark of Leadership starts.
Oh.
So this is some very good. This is exclusive. This is exotic for any NA viewers here. You will not be seeing this in your leagues, right? So let's see. Let's just see how truly powerful this Spark of Leadership is as we get the Juno and the Zentaro ban.
The same bands, I think they're reversed this time, though, unless I'm crazy. Because Juno was banned first last game, too, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, this is so interesting, right? Like, yeah, you don't see much Spark of Leadership in NA due to the fact that it's not a starting awakening, and it's also not very good right now, which is honestly a good thing.
Yeah.
This fact that the Spark isn't great is like, thank you, Aesop, thank you.
Aesop.
But then you also have cast loss, right? Which doesn't work on half the cast. So a lot of people are going to be forced to take the Spark of Leadership. This is probably one of the strangest starts I've ever seen.
Right? That's what I was thinking, right? It's like it's a weird one. You have the Durf Spark of Leadership, like you're saying, and then cast. Like, it's so, I mean, obviously, Juliet's not going to be taking cast, right? So we already know she's taking Spark of Leadership. Atlas probably also taking it. But, and Estelle again, yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't see the Donkers Estelle coming out, because the Donkers was just cooking on the character. Those primaries, chef's kiss, beautiful. But we are going to be seeing an Era coming out from the side of Forged Fury. How do you feel about Era? She got nerfed a little bit, right? But her beam's still pretty strong.
Yeah, thankfully she got nerfed. I am like so shocked that we buffed her best ability instead of buffing the rest of her kit. Because yeah, she is quite good right now, of course. And she's not OP anymore, but she is quite a staple place in the meta now, which is cool. I think it's cool that Air's back to the meta. I'm just kind of surprised that Beam is just OP. But, you know, cast start, she's going to be probably quite impactful this game. As we also put your car, so maybe Air Goalie?
Let me think. Let me think of the data banks here. Does Nero? I think Nero does play a Drakkar goalie.
This is Forge Fury. Then.
Oh, Forge Fury. Oh, you're right. My bad. I was out of there. Who is? No, yeah, it's got to be SMG Era. No, it might be Dropletto Era, because you know he's got a lot of that influence from his midfielder, a Bozo Bunch, who is an Era lover, Gret. But we'll see, because I mean, it really could be anything.
Hey, so the Zoo got the same comp again, by the way.
Oh wait, you're so right. Oh my goodness.
How did this happen? Oh, it's drop on a Drakkar. Oh
it's
yeah.
Drop on the Drek.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Let's go.
Not taking any inspiration from his old midfielder, Dropletto will be taking the Glizzard Lizard Drakkar. SMG, of course, on that Era goalie. Temple Melon, Snore Emoji playing the Juliets. We already know where that's going. Dash Punch. You're not Zoe Lorraine, little sis. All right. But we are getting in here. It is Spark of Leadership for everybody except for SMG.
So we are sparking this game. This game is literally probably going to be decided by who gets the sparks. So as normal with spark starts, but especially with leadership, as if you just have raw leadership, it's kind of useless. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a race for EXP here. As the Sad Boys angle, let's go. It takes the barrier though. Doesn't get doubled, which is important. And Temple Melon already finding a KO here in this 0.1 of set 1. Of game 2, Forge Fury versus the Zoo, and that is an open barrier punch coming out from Temple Melon. SMG, the Era ultimate, try to find something as Scython respawns, and now we're kind of resetting to neutral here.
Yeah, pretty well used power play here by Forge Fury. As Tempo with the Pummeler's Julie, finding the KOs that she loves, and she is getting orbs on full stagger. Hell yeah. As they're trying to fight this bottom side, Siphon pushing up, takes the barrier here. Avoids the dash punch even though the Atlas ult is up, and
again,
Rasmus Estelle gameplay.
Rasmus Estelle gameplay. Rastel is at it once again, and I mean, Donker's just the marksman, finding those primaries. Well placed from him. Does have the flip for any plays that he might want to initiate here. That is Temple Melon using the ultimate to stack some damage. Dash punch coming out, might flip for kills, and will secure Donkers. No more flip on the board, and the power play is in.
Yeah, I mean, you're practically trading flips here and getting on a power play, which is quite useful here, as the only issue is there's low energy on the board here for Forge Fury, and they're unable to get this barrier on this power play. They spent most of it trying to build up their offense here. As Siphon immediately taking one barrier here, but does get air shrunk and reset for now.
Power play will be killed. Damage being stacked on the Temple Melon and Dropletto, both walking back, trying to find maybe some damage stacking of their own, but it is going to be the last barrier going down. Dropletto, use it or lose it. The flip is not going to be used here, and it is going to be a goal for the Zoo, as they are now up by 2 in this set 1.
Yeah, pretty dominant start here for the Zoo with their more core control heavy pump and not a lot of power scaling on the board. They do need to run over these first sets before this damage couple before Fury scales out of control. As they're doing a really good job of it here, immediately taking this first barrier, the Atlas res used, but immediately KO'd after by Tempo Melon. That's the unfortunate risk you run when you put the Atlas Ult next to the ledge as a double KO for 1 KO.
Yeah, no, we call that one the Temple Melon Tussle. It is an incredible ability that you can use, just the double KO. Incredible. Tries to use the ultimate to try and get some damage on Nero, not going to find it. Scython is going to just strike it through both Dropletto and SMG after taking the barrier, and just well-placed strike. Well done. And that is going to be the Zoo taking set 1.
Yeah, and there's a spark. It is here. It has begun. Everyone be scared.
I am frightened. Oh.
Ooh, goes to a fighter fight here. Will drop take the spark and Dropletto with 2 sparks, giving power to the whole team. As Tempo gets a Adrenaline Rush. They have the win con. The win con is online.
The win con is online indeed. I mean, kind of hard to deny there's Juliet. 1-2 punch, ad rush. She's going to get whatever she wants. I am a bit suspicious of this fight or flight pick. I understand it's a great ability, but spark scaling is still super strong, especially on this Lizard. Spark of Strength for a team that is going for damage might be a little bit of a misdraft, but we will see how things develop as we get into this next set. 1 barrier already down for Forged Fury.
Yeah, the Zoo comp really does like the speed, right, with their Rasmus style, but at the end of the day, you have to kind of realize that, especially because Forged Fury lost this set, right, and they still ended up getting the sparks going, which is a lot scarier when they could just win 2 more sets and drop to become Mayor. Like,
yeah.
You could scale out of control so fast.
It is a dangerous line that these players on the Zoo are walking here with this draft, but that is 1 barrier apiece now as Dropletto almost getting taken out by that Rasmus primary, not going to be taken out just yet. Rasmus ultimate used, not finding anything just yet. The primary is going to secure the goal there, making sure that SMG can't get it out. Nero up to Donkers, going to try to find the goal here. Rasmus secondary activated, trying to find it. Donkers repositioned by the black hole, might find something, not going to find anything just yet. Core is red. As, red core sad boys angle, incredible. Donkers uses the primary, not going to find anything just yet. As we're resetting a little bit more back to neutral, Dropletto and Temple Melon trying to get involved here into the Atlas primary. Rose Warp not going to find anything, and this core just will not leave the side of Forged Fury. And it's in.
Yeah, this core controls comp is so scary. Every time it gets back to Nero, it's just Atlas primary and back. And they just have so much possession because there's not a lot that Ricard and Era can really do on this defensive side to cover these cross clears. Like, you have the new buff Era primary, but it still doesn't have a lot of range. And it gives... You're just, like, heavily outranged by this Rasmus cell comp as Dropletto goes down.
How did that guy
and
die?
Tempo is emoting on her whole on her own teammate.
I mean, deserved. I don't even know it killed Dropletto, but well placed. Primary once again from Donkers, the marksman, the dead eye, just finds the shot, always lines it up just right. And Dropletto's back on the board. Don't know what happened earlier, but hey, here we are now, and that is already potentially set point once again for the Zoo, as these sets are going pretty quick.
Yeah, the Zoo are showing complete dominance with their comp, right? They ran it last game, they ran it this game. They are very confident with this Atlas Rasmus style, as they are just able to convert before any damage can really get stacked. Oh, Donkers with the dribble! Able to take the barrier. Tempo trades them back. Country trying to get something to flip, but unable to find anything for now.
Yeah, the play is going to kind of fizzle out as Donkers does dribble, not going to find anything for it, and a great little combo from Temple Melon. The flip used is going to proc this ad rush, loses core just for a second there. Dropletto gets their hands back on it, the Era ultimate coming back out, but Scython and Nero are running a defensive clinic here as Donkers has respawned. The barrier is still there, and that is still an open barrier as the power play is continued. Dropletto, another flip kill on Donkers. This power play will not end. Era ultimate coming out. Finally, the barrier falls after all of this pressure. Nero and Scython can only do so much without the Era being involved. Donkers is respawned now, though.
Yeah, what you're pushing up. Unfortunately, a strike shot with here by Nero, and Tempo takes advantage. This is the scaling they need, right? They get one A-Rush proc and they kill 2 people every time. And it's so scary. That's the risky run against this Juliet. If you get dash punched, it might just be over for the point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, the real-time scaling of Ad Rush is insane. But that is going to be both barriers going down once again for SMG and Forged Furies. Donkers and Scython, once again, positioning perfectly around each other for exactly what they need to accomplish. That is going to be the goal off of Scython's primary, and that is a 3-1 set into set 3 for the Zoo as we get into this draft.
Yeah, and if you can just score before Julie even gets a chance to interact with any of your teammates, well, you're just gonna win. As they're doing a really good job of pushing this core up, doing the corner offense, throwing out both primaries at the same time. And the Estelle gets hotshot. You just realized this could have been a triple spark Rasmus. Just know that we could have had a triple spark Rasmus here. And so that's the spookiness of Sparkle leadership starts, right? But you know, they might just take it here.
I think there's a very good chance that they could. You know, SMG does pick up that Among Titans make Temple Melon just a little bit more of a threat, right? But the threat might not matter if it is never realized. No barriers down yet. As I say that, SMG loses his first one, loses his second one, and that is open barriers. Once again, the core in a precarious situation. Rasmus secondary popped, not going to find anything for it just yet. Donkers lining up the shot, doesn't find it. Scython strike wars SMG and finds the score, and that is the first point of set 3 going over to the Zoo.
Almost like really well played there by SMG, but unfortunately loses the second strike war. A Siphon doing a really good job at winning a lot of these. And the Zoo is just playing so incredible. I mean, the Sad Boys angle takes one, Siphon takes the other. As they immediately double barrier almost every time.
Yeah, they are just getting so much value out of their positioning, out of their plays, and that is going to be Dropletto being taken out. I don't know how, I don't know where, but Dropletto is gone, and that is the ultimate coming out, the Atlas ultimate as well, to counteract the damage Temple Melon put down. Donkers with the core, Dropletto respawn primary, coming out from the Estelle. Nero going to miss the strike there as the core is fast. Rose Warp in, not going to find anything. Great Atlas primary into the flip, and that is going to be the score. A beautiful angle coming out from Nero.
Yeah, an incredible angle find here. As they're up again, 2-0, 2-0. And, I mean, I don't see a world where Forged Fury brings us back. They are struggling to achieve their win con because, I mean, this comp's kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're very much reliant on knockback KOs, which, I mean, if you just don't go near the ledge, you're not going to get knockback KO'd. It's just that simple. And Drop is the one getting knockback KO'd as Pepsi dumps her whole kit on the goalie while SCG is dealing with a 2v1, and it's looking doomed.
Yeah, I think, wow, just a nice triangle play. That is going to be the final point of this set, of this series. Probably the fastest series I've had the pleasure of casting. That is going to be the Zoo taking Forged Fury 2-0. Well done. Well played from Zoo, from Forged Fury. Incredibly done. MVP Scython, well earned. Well earned.
An incredible dominant performance by the Zoo, going, I think, 6-0 in sets. So,
yeah, no,
very
that
much
was 6-0. Yeah.
Very commanding series. As, yeah, I mean, Forged Fury just couldn't get their win con online. Right? Like, 4 KOs is, like, fine, but at the end of the day, if your win con is just KO them, you need to get, like, a little bit more going, as they were unable to before this core control comp kind of just ran them over.
It really did. Unfortunately, I think Temple Melon might have cursed herself earlier on the pre-show. She mentioned that she was going to be aiming for a cozy 24 to 28 KOs, and I don't think we quite got there. Unfortunately, not. Yes, there's still plenty of time for her to potentially break that KO record, but the only record that is being broken today is their perfect win record as they take their first loss of this season. Well played from the Zoo. Now, hoping to see some good stuff coming out from them. They played very well. They played very efficiently as well. They really liked this. They looked very comfortable on the Restel Atlas. So, good stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, they got their run back the same comp that they confidently won with, and they just repeated. They ran it back. They got an easy win.
Absolutely.
Very dominant performance by the Zoo. We'll see if they can end up keeping it up going into further weeks.
Yep. And I think, well, I'm beside myself. That was so fast. We're gonna go to a quick break, you know, while we wait for the next game to get ready. And look forward to it. This is going to be your previous EUSL Season 2 champions, TMCT, versus Obscura. All right, the new team coming around with some familiar faces that you, of course, are all aware of. So we'll see you soon. I am Saikinen. This is Jay. We'll be back soon. Sorry, chat. I'm back. Please vote for the series MVP. I totally forgot to do it at the end there. But hey, series MVP for the side of Zeus, Scython, Donkers, or Nero. Submit your votes now, please, and thank you. All right, see you soon. We are back again. Hello, everybody. Ready for TMCT versus Obscura as we're getting it into this striker ban draft here. We have Kazan, we have Luna banned. It's a Deadeye. Spark of Focus start on Atlas Lab. How you feeling about this one, Jay?
We have damage on the damage
Let's
map,
go!
and you immediately see a Luna ban. Honestly, so real.
So real. I'd do it. Actually, no, I'd want to play Luna personally.
I would play the Luna I've played for 5 total games. I'd win Luna or something. But this is quite the start. It's another Spark start. There might be a lot of them in the game, so it might be pretty easy to roll.
Good point.
As this is gonna be very KO heavy. We can kind of see it. It's gonna be quite fun.
It should be quite fun indeed. Real quick, hey Jake, can you give me lobby leader? It was given to you mistakenly by whoever I gave lobby leader earlier. SMH to whoever you were. But yeah, no, that Zentaro pick coming out, you know, is such a strong pick. We heard on the pre-show earlier from Dropletto, you know, and the entire team agreed. Zentaro is just such a strong character right now. It's just, what can you do against it? It can do whatever you want it to do.
Yeah, very scary. Has 10 million imagination confirms that you can just come up with on the fly. Any combination of abilities can just kill somebody, and you have so much hits done.
So much.
This character is so strong right now, especially with cooldown starts of like Spark of Focus. And gonna be very interesting here. We get a Juno. I get to catch
Let's
Juno
go!
gameplay. Oh yeah.
Oh, this is a wonderful day.
I'm excited.
I know, I am too. I'm thinking, what is it going to be? Probably going to be Venom Yami playing that Juno, right? That's how I'm feeling. You know, we've got the team of Ra, Obscura. That's Venom Yami, Yuki, Ruris Silas. I don't remember who that is. I know it's a name change. I know it's somebody else. My brain is not remembering, but of people I definitely do remember who have not name changed. That's Sloth, Cookies, and Geo on TMCT. Umirel, yes, thank you everybody. Yes, that is Umirel. I believe that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. I'm not sure, but yeah, no, TMCT versus Raw. This should be a good match, Jay. I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited too. This will be very interesting. This has to be Jakar Brawler, right?
I think so, right? Yeah, I'm looking at this. It's gotta be. And Jakar, yeah, no, a hundo.
It's so weird. This Jakar character is like kind of a mid-tier right now. He's not as bad as he used to be. Jakar and Era have been kind of on the rise lately. But the cool thing about Jakar is you can play this character on any role and like have really good success. Pretty similar to like Ivy in that regard, but I do think Jakar is probably the pick you can flex the most. And it's pretty exciting because whenever you see a Jakar draft, you just don't know where it's gonna go.
Yeah, you could just put him anywhere. It's pretty awesome what this lizard can accomplish when he puts his mind to it. But you know, how do you feel about Jakar into Juno? Because I've always had like trouble with it. I assume that Jakar has the tools to deal with it, but then I think Juno can just play around it really well.
The big thing to note is Strike Shotgun beats Juno Primary, like, straight up. As long as, like, because if you strike into the Juno Primary's first hit, then you can pretty much Shotgun Strike through it. If Juno is right on top of Jakar, Jakar will lose every time. But from range, Direct is pretty solid. So... And the big thing is Drakkar is 2 shotguns, right? Like, you can act, like, Drakkar is one of the few characters that can out cooldown Juno, and is still pretty favored in the primary trade. So I think Drakkar is like pretty solid into Juno. The thing is, Juno's just a better character right now. This Juno character is so strong.
I love a good Juno game.
Ooh.
It's
Juno bully, so you don't even have to worry about that. Kai kind of beats up Drakkar, so
yeah.
This is interesting because this is actually a lot. I think Jakar Brawler and Juno Gold is pretty Juno favored. Juno has so many close range tools to deal with Drek. So, it's be interesting. Not what I was expecting, but I am all for it. As yeah, Sloth on the Vice goalie as well. And this is a siphoning Centauro, so we are expecting a lot of damage out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Vice with the Deadeye, this Estelle with the Deadeye, it is going to be, as you say, a damage fest, right? As Yuki getting involved already with the judo jump and a double barrier off rip. That is one going down, but there's still one remains, and that is an open goal for TMCT. Posturing now for this next barrier, does find it. Sloth looking to get involved. Secondary is down. Teleports in right away. Not going to find it as the core resets a little bit more to neutral. Venom Yami trying to find the way in. Great. Ooh. Ultimate into the net. Geo with the redirects. Well played. Wow.
Yeah, what an incredible clear. I mean, an incredible save by Sloth. And Geo was able to redirect it just past Yuki, who was sheeting up a little bit there. Not quite ready for the red core speed across the map. Because, I mean, who would be? It was not overtime. As Yuki pushing up, doing a lot of damage to Cookies here, who is surviving for now, but the barrage for damage as Cookies is quite low. Able to survive for now, though, as they do take one barrier here.
And that's a dangerous open barrier, but it's a power play now. Judo goalie taken out, jumping just one too many times. Cookies, though, could be next on the chopping block to equalize it. Umi almost being taken out from the center. Great shotgun. Geo also being taken low. This is just a damage fest. Absolute bloodbath. Coming in here. Rose Warp to try and find something. Great primary backwards is going to secure Zentaro into the back of the net. Cookies, though, still low. This power play almost gets barraged into the KO zone, but is going to find the goal off of the shotgun. Well played for Cookies to survive.
Go by Drakkar, win the strike war. Unfortunately, missed a single pellet of barrage and couldn't end up getting the KO, and it does backfire as Cookies is right there, and he's taking 1 million damage.
Just to back it.
The big risk you run when running this judo goalie is it's like, if you jump to ledge with like a greedy eject button jump, you can just die if you don't evade on landing. And not a lot of people evade on landing because it's not something you actually get punished for that often. But if you can punish a judo jumping to ledge pretty consistently, and it is really scary for Yuki to jump forward here. As Umi is trading damage with Geo, trying so hard to live as he do with Zataro.
I mean, Geo walked so close to that black hole. I had a heart attack. Venom is looking for that little pass through the center. Not going to find it just yet. Passes down to Umi, who does get the KO. On to the Estelle. Sloth fighting against Barrage. Great strike into primary to keep everything moving just fine. Cookies is going to be taken down to a staggered state, and Sloth is going to get scored on there by Venom. Up into the corner wasn't quite enough, as we have Raw taking their first points.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Sloth ran out of cooldowns here, but the good news is Cookies stayed alive, so you do still have that core flip online. Especially good considering the rest of TNCT doesn't really have energy here. But Venom Yami is getting Drakkar. Shotgun flip. Taken down low. Yuki misses a strike. Unfortunately, does end up getting punished for it here as Giovanni with the piercing shot, able to take another KO and get the set.
I mean, just these Marksman Estelle doing so much. I mean, from Donker's last game into Geo this game with the Deadeye, getting that KO on Yuki. That is a very strong showing from TMCT in this first set. And this first draft, there is already 2 sparks showing up, and Geo is going to opt for the stacks on stacks. That's just a little bit more of a... Geo didn't take spark to begin with, so that's just perfect.
Yeah, and the spark leadership going out, then both sparkers trading sparks here, right? And you get honestly, this extra special judo is going to get a lot of value. I'm surprised that is the last pick here, because I think that besides the sparks is probably one of the best picks in the draft. But Giovanni getting speed to kind of deal with this Kai, right? Now the Kai isn't just going to outspeed you once you're at max stacks, and it doesn't matter if Venom is dead. So ignore that, as they're now pushing towards this bottom area here. On the power play, Sloth pushing on the other side to take it, preventing the Sat Boys angle. As they push up here, Yuki's a good clear. As they're unable to find anything for now, as Cookies is looking low.
Cookie could be next on the chopping block. This could be a power play, but oh, the Giga Blast, but the core stopped Cookies from being in the way of that Giga Blast. Well done, but Umi will secure the the kill there. Zentaro, great at that. Flip coming out, trying to get that last barrier. Not going to find it, but that is damage down onto the last 2 remaining members of TMCT. Cookies will respawn. The power play is over, and they have held the barrier for the time being. That is still an open goal on the side of Raw.
Yeah, and very dangerous with this spell. Loves the open scoring, but Sloth is looking so low. Still has an evade for now, but the judo jump into Slime, taking it all. As Sloth looking low, no evade. Umi still has at least 1 more cooldown, but it doesn't matter. Sloth with an amazing clear.
That was just so well played. Sloth played his life perfectly. I'm pretty sure he communicated to Geo in the VC saying, hey, I'm going to go forward. I can't play goalie now. I'm going to die. And just was in the perfect position to take advantage of everything that he wanted to. Great secondary setup, great primary. Well done. The first barrier going down for the side of TMCT, but there might be 1 or 2 on the swing back here. Not quite yet, as we reset to a bit more neutral of a state.
Cookies almost took down Yuki, but she just held her back in time as Cookie's looking low again. I mean, this is Deadeye plus Sparks are. It's really cool. All the cooldowns are dumped onto Geo. Does get a KO. Sloth is low as low. No evade. Gets another KO. Cookies is low. Just walks away. Just let it go in.
Walk away.
Just save your evades. Let that go in. You're not saving it.
Well done. I mean, good decision making there. You know that she's almost got flipped off of a few, more interactions. It's a good call. Good call. As now, yeah, we're 1-1 now in this set 2. For going almost around. Great dig out from Venom Yami. The black hole will be popped by Geo to take their own barrier. Zentaro getting involved, but great strikes are going to keep this barrier alive at potentially the cost of Cookie's life.
Cookies is looking super low yet again. Life of a brawler. Unfortunately, Drakkar doesn't have great get off me tools unless you're at like super close range. It's a little bit hard to deal with a lot of this damage as it is just an onslaught. I mean, the entire team of TMCT is looking low, but it doesn't matter. Cookies with the KO also gets the ult on Yuki for the slow and takes the first barrier. And the reversal situation is all of TMCT is killed here.
That's just great dribbles to keep the core down there in the play for this power play. The power play is going to end with 2 barriers being taken and the goal being found by Cookies as Venom respawns. Well-placed shotgun is going to get it through both of the defending members of Raw.
Yeah, and this is such a swingy game, right? It's literally just whoever finds a KO first, as Cookies again looking low as usual, but has been able to do a lot even with low stagger here. As they're pushing towards the top side, taking this first barrier. Cookies low, does get the orb, able to heal up for now, as Venom and Uni trying to push up here. I mean, Cookies is dead again. What is happening? The stagger is non-existent.
Is non-existent, but he has shown that he is good at surviving in these low stagger situations. Sloth does manage to get a great last-second core flip save. Is going to get the core down to his team, who are in position to take the most advantage of it. Cookie's playing a dangerous game, running down towards where the core is going to be. Sloth does channel the ultimate, does find a good clear, and that is going to be the double KO from Geo, taking out their own teammate and Umi as well. Zentaro is off the board now. It is a 2v2. It is midfield versus goalie here for both sides. Geo going to try to find something here. Yuki going to jump in, try and find something off of their slimes. Cookies and Umi are back on the board, and we're back to a normal game.
The chaos, the life of a brawler just summed up right there. Both of you die. You see your midfielder and going for the game as Cookies comes back online and immediately converts. I mean, Raw is doing so much damage, but TMCT is just really, really good at living with low stagger and staying involved. Even when Cookies is low, just right in the play, still converting. Doing a really good job of it, as there is a third spark here for the Drakkar.
Cinema. And that third spark,
that's
incredible. Yeah, we love sparks. That stinger on Zentaro is going to be a little bit more damage, of course. But I mean, they just need to get these confirms, Jay. They need to find them, right? Because I don't think stacking the damage is the problem here. But I mean, that is Woke Up going on to Kai, so, the damage is going to flow. The damage is going to flow for sure. Just get those confirms going.
Yeah, I think the unsung hero of the last draft was that Reptile Remedy on Venom, and now with Bulk Up, you have 130 power plus Deadeye. It's like pretty scary. And Yuki getting prime time with this draft is so good for this team, but it doesn't matter if Yuki just gets murdered. As Yuki also almost getting taken off here by the vice secondary, the ult comes out, unable to find anything because it rotates all the way around, and that will kill the power play.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sloth just was not ready for the core to go that way. I mean, I thought for sure he was going to teleport in, but, you know, we respawn, Sloth's in the play, Geo's is up there. All three members of TMCT in the play there is going to secure the goal, and that is just the part of the power of this Vice, is that you can just get in there with that secondary, especially with the twin drive that Sloth has picked up. It is just going to be so much more activity that Sloth is going to be involved in.
Yeah, and Yuki looking low again, trying to see if that maybe they can potentially trade a KO for their life. Staying alive for now, especially with the siphoning one, as Yuki almost taking the barrier here, but good strike landing here by TMCT. Geo looking low, but does have the recovery drone just in case. Oh my god, the flip into the black hole, unable to kill Yuki though.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, Geo just surviving, not being confirmed, also has that recovery drone for when things do happen to go too south and not being taken out just yet. Both members of TMTC staggered, but not being KO'd, and that is going to be Geo finding the KO instead. Oh, great placement of their characters here, finding a way to get in. That's Geo respawning off the recovery drone, and this is just a potential for an even stronger power play as Venom Yami respawns, just not in time. Cookie's stagger bar has been restored, and that is going to be Umi being taken out of the field as this power play continues. Cinema.
Oh, absolutely shot down in the streets as the core is able to fly by Yuki due to the hit stun. It's crazy. You see two people on TMCT low, and then all of a sudden they just kill someone. They just get a KO somehow. It's even on low stagger, they are making magic work.
I don't know how they're doing it. They're just unkillable. It's just, oh boys, beautiful clear save there. Sloth though is in the play. Great strike, great timing on the teleport. Geo is going to get hands on the core, taken low, but we already know how that goes. Geo won't be dying anytime soon. Sloth now with the core. Juno ultimate coming out. Sloth, great strike. Geo going to use the primary to try to get it out. It's not out quite yet, but great strike from Sloth is going to secure the clear, as the pressure is still mounting and Geo is taken almost down.
I think Geo just bounced off of the KOs. You know, yeah, I'm not going to question it as they convert, but like, how do you bounce vertically back up off of the... Odyssey, fix your game!
I don't know. Oh my goodness.
Geo is able to immediately convert because of it, and that is how TMCT takes game one.
Incredible cinematic survivability coming out from TMCT. It's showing you that legends never die, or whatever that song is. Just absolutely the EUSL Season 2 champs showing why they earned their title. You just can't take them down. And the damage values, they were there. That damage was being stacked. I mean, Umi with 26,000 damage and 5 KOs. It really, it must have been early because it felt like they just were not able to convert a lot of the time. But yeah, well played from both teams though, especially from TMCT here.
Yeah, Umi kind of went all in on this damage, right? And like when you're kind of, especially like with Centauro here being low stagger, it seemed very much like TMCT was doing a really good job at living on low stagger. Like they were staggered very often, and that was a lot due to the efforts of Umi. But if you could just KO the Centauro before they get the confirm on you, it's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you can't do anything. That's just the life of poor little Zentaro, who's, I mean, 10 KOs coming out in total from the side of TMCT. Just, they played their composition so well. Sloth, big claps to you for playing the Vice so well. Those secondaries were immaculate, and you had some amazing saves. But I mean, that's not to say that the side of Raw weren't also playing very well. They just, if one or two more abilities just connected in the right way, it could have been an entirely different story for either team.
Well, that's just it, right? It's all about how you use this damage, and yeah, TMCT was the team that definitely KO'd more effectively, right? Mm-hmm. It is just a difference of one or two abilities. And then when they got the core up, the Judo was a lot better on this offensive side, right? Mm-hmm. Especially against the Jet goalie comp, where they just all push up and like bully the Judo. And it's really hard to really deal with, especially when you are using these cooldowns for damage.
Yeah, I mean, and just getting the cooldowns back so often to be able to low cooldown characters like Drakkar, I mean, just are going to thrive, right? Those 2 shotguns that we were talking about, it's just so much value. And when Vice got that twin drive, it was just so much overwhelming pressure. It was having to be navigated. But, hey. It's going to be hopefully a little bit lower of a damage game because we are going to Oni Village.
Yeah, this map normally known for core control, normally known for like this Rasmus Estelle tie, you know, so Hitstun is so broken on this map. So is like melee goalies, because it is really just about holding this one barrier. But it will be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Sloth returning to putting the fries in the bag on the Atlas, right? I mean, it's just probably the most effective character to be playing here. It's one that he's very strong on, and it's one that thrives in this Oni village, right? So I'm definitely expecting to see that either be pick ban. Coming out from Yuki, I mean, Yuki has an incredible... I've seen Yuki's Oni Village Aimi. It is strong, all right? Put some respect on it. I'm expecting maybe something like that. Definitely a ranged goalie, because I think that's definitely Yuki's style. But we'll see. It could be a surprise.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what does end up getting picked here. Yeah, I mean, Oni notorious for long games, but like you never truly know with this. I don't know. It's all about like those melee goals that can like kind of make this game last forever.
Mm-hmm.
But you can kind of pivot into these super offensive comps, right? Like you can find a lot of success with like incredibly aggressive comps on this map, and you kind of catch people off guard here. As the Kai is banned though, which makes it a little bit harder.
Kazan as well. I mean, this is a build diff Spark of Focus start. Another Spark start. That's...
Oh,
I mean,
it.
like I said, there's a lot of them in the pool, so it is more likely. But I mean, all of the games I think that we've casted so far have had a Spark in them. Maybe not game 1. Maybe I'm misremembering, but that is going to be Estelle picked up. And very strong character on this map, especially on Geo, who has already shown that he's quite confident with the ability usage.
Yeah, and it is yeah, we got Spark of Focus last game too, so it's we're running it back with the focus, except for size this time, which makes sense for the Kazan ban, right?
Yeah.
But I do expect to see Erasmus here picked up, but we'll have to see as the rune is taken. Interesting.
Yeah, that is going to be Rune on Raw. I think who's that going to go on? And they're taking the Drakkar there. I think. No, I'm not even going to posture a guess. I'm not sure who would be playing Rune on that. I don't remember who plays Rune on their team, but we do have the Drakkar coming out, of course, and I mean, very strong pick. Okay, I'm getting word Venom Rune. That is what we're thinking here. So I can see that. Who leaves the Drakkar then? Is that going to be on Umi or is that going to be on Yuki? I'm not sure, but that is going to be the Rasmus that you were talking about.
Yeah, and they have Rasmus Estelle. They have the key Oni Village comp that everyone knows and loves and probably hates. But it is quite interesting. I mean, looking at these comps, there's one very traditional comp here, except for we picked Era. Maybe less traditional now. I'm down for it. But then you have this Rune Drakkar, which is so weird, especially with the Rune nerfs. I'm not actually sure how good the character is.
I mean, the Era I am so excited to see. I mean, W for that. But yeah, no, absolutely. I am. This composition is something else, as the Atlas is being picked up here to really just slot into this final pick for Raw. You know, melee goalie traditional. I'm still flabbergasted by the Era. Wowzers.
It's interesting too because Drek Brawler here is really good into Era. I feel like Strike Shotgun just kind of bullies Era goalie.
Yeah,
especially since Drek doesn't really care about the nerf, like the debuff. So
yeah, we'll see, right? Like, yeah, no. This Era might need a little bit of help if they are not able to keep it perma on the other side, right? So we'll see. It's going to be hard, right? Because the Atlas as well. This is a slippery slope that both teams are kind of on here, and I'm leaning towards towards Raw's comp for being the one that might be able to pull it out in the end, just on paper. So we'll see.
Yeah, I definitely think. I think it's crazy to me that we are seeing this rude Jakar Atlas and thinking it's a better comp, but I think that's the risk of Heracoli on this map.
Yeah, right.
This is going to be a fun game. I'll say that much. It's not going to be probably a 40-minute heater.
No.
I think there will be a lot of scoring this game.
I am imagining a lot of fast barriers, a lot of just quick points potentially. Just whichever way the pendulum swings is where we will be seeing scores to happen as we get into this game here. That is going to be Umi and Cookies both taking the build different. Everyone else on Spark of Focus.
Brawler players.
True.
As, yeah, we get both barriers immediately traded. Surprise Oni Village gameplay. We are about down to 1 barrier gaming.
Yep, this is just the classic, one of the classic configurations, right? We have both barriers on the same side. So now we are playing around this top open space, trying to find the opening. Umi is going to shotgun right through that era, just as it was drawn up in the plans, and that is an open barrier now. Great beam coming out. It is just enough to keep the core out of the net for now, but the offensive has not stopped. Geo does have a flip to potentially try and stop something. Great tiny NATO coming out from Sloth is going to stop the offense for just a little bit longer, but Venom Yami with a great backwards pillar, and the speed is going to keep the core up, and it's just perma offense for the side of Raw.
Yeah, they're out core controlling this heavy core control comp, which is more untraditional core control comp, right? Like, this is still very core control heavy from the side of Raw, as they're kind of pushing up towards here with the Vanish. Venom wins the strike core, passes to the root secondary, almost ends up converting off of it. Geo here with flip, hopefully we'll use it to take the barrier. Cookies almost gets it anyway. But...
yeah, at this point you kind of have to, right? You don't want to save it for defense. Your goalie has flip. Use it to create some aggression. As Cookies gets the core for a second, but the Atlas primary, great primary coming out from Venom Yami, is going to keep the core forward still. And now the Sloth using core flip to keep the core out of the net. The shotgun would have sent it there. Now he's pushing up, uses the primary to try and find something. Geo now, great shot, has the flip in front of the net, but the banish is just long enough to keep the threat away. Sloth now in a precarious situation as Umi with the flip finds the goal.
Okay, never mind. This might be a long game. They are doing a really good job at holding on this defensive side. Jakar, very good at taking this Oni barrier against Era. But then Sloth did a very good job of holding open net. Like, very impressively played, especially with the combination of Geo, as it's going to be really hard for this team to get this final barrier against Atlas. But if they do, it's just so dangerous. As TMCT is pushing towards this side here, unable to find anything for now, as it couldn't reset more neutral.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. But if there's anyone who can break through this wall of Atlas, it is going to be the Restel, right? We saw Geo getting that primary, which opened everything up. And a great primary, but a great response from Yuki with the secondary. The Death's Touch, not going to find anything. Flip and strike! Oh my goodness, just the parries from Yuki is everything right now. As the offense once again mounts on the side of TMCT. Yuki with possession, going to try to get it up to Umi, not going to find it just yet. And great passing plays, but Cookies with a little bit of a misunderstanding of the situation uses a primary, and now it is offense again for Raw, and that is the barrier.
Yeah, and the Banish coming out here as what incredibly played Banish. Banishes both forwards of TMCT and then gets the core up to Yumi immediately and then wins the 50-50 against Sloth. As not much you can really do there, Sloth. You kind of just have to guess the Air NATO isn't going to come up in time. As incredible conversion here, up 2-0.
I mean, Venom Yami is just a little bit of an Obscura demon here on this rune. So many pillars are doing everything that they want to. Not a single pillar I've seen has trolled their team. It's just so well placed. And the banishes, oh my goodness, the banishes. But that is both barriers down without a single barrier being lost from the side of TMCT. This could be the chance that they need to get it in, but Yuki is a great defender. The pillar is unfortunately caster cursed. It limited Yuki's options so much, and Cookies is going to find the perfect little slot for that core.
I mean, this is exactly what TMCT wants, right? Immediately you take both barriers, you are going to pretty much get the point, and they do a really good job of playing it. As Immediately, one barrier is down here. Not that big of a deal, but the double banish. Sloth gets back in time, gets the flip off, able to save it for now. Cookie's pushing up towards his top side, unable to find anything as Yuki holding it down, but pushing up with this flip here. Alice Expanse is gone. 3 people to fight. Giovanni can't quite win it. Then almost ends up getting up there with flip, unable to find anything.
There's the flip, and the flip in front of that.
Oh.
I don't know.
They found it.
They definitely found it. I don't know what that primary from Geo was hoping to do. Maybe it was I don't know, but like it could have been very dangerous. Desperation. You know what? Real. I've been there. I have been there, and this is going to be a Venom Yami MVP here as Raw takes this first set. Spark of leadership. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You know, we did roll a spark on the spark start, and now everyone has cooldown reduction. Woo! Yippee! As Era taking cast, something. Yeah, I mean, this kind of all makes sense. There's not really that much for Drakkar here, but the explosive entrance speed is always super nice. You never know where the Drakkar's going to go now, and then he'll jump scare you with a truly explosive entrance.
I like that. Truly, indeed. You know, surprise, Lizard in your face as the banish comes out onto Geo. That is the first barrier down already, and these explosive sets are really just going in the way of Raw. One barrier down, and once again, this familiar configuration. Barriers on the same side. Umi with the shotgun through Geo tries to find a cheeky ultimate, but finds the primary instead, and now he is cloaked, and primary is going to send it back to Yuki, as now open barriers on both sides.
Yeah, Yuki aren't able to find anything there, and there it is. Crystal Thorns taking it. As this is what you want this Rasmus to sell. Combo the primaries, make the goalie not get to play the game. And they did a really good job immediately taking this barrier, still holding possession in the meantime, and then using the cooldowns they have left to convert. Yuki unable to really do much about it. As we get to a 1-0 lead here for TMCT.
This is what TMCT wants to look for. They want to look for taking advantage of just the little bit of misplays that they can. As Umi tries to find the barrier. Great pass up to Giovanni, but great strike from Yuki stops the Rasmus in his tracks. Cookie's not finding anything just yet. Geo, Sloth on the defense. Great flip from Sloth, but Umi with the great parry and the shotgun. This is a true Lizard player. Umi, the Drakkar, taking another point for Raw.
Yeah, incredibly well played here. Takes the barrier, immediately scores. As denying Sloth's flip with that extra built different size, able to keep the pressure on as Sloth is now also without evade, which can be really dangerous against the Drakkar.
That's a scary place to be. Fortunately, it does look like he's gotten a little bit of energy built up now. Venom with the strike through, not going to find anything, but keeps core possession. The pillar was just not enough, struck right over it. Another pillar coming out to try and keep some offense. The ultimate coming out from Geo, not going to find anything just yet, but that is 2 flips to 2. Who will use theirs first? One has an open net, the other has their barrier still. But now, 1 flip. Just 1 flip.
Yeah, not able to really get anything off of it as we kind of reset to a neutral state, but Venom Yami forced to use flip here. Cookies is looking low. Hopefully he can get this flip off in time from being KO'd. Tries with the hook, but ends up getting it. Amazing pass by Geo, and Cookies puts it in the top corner.
It's just good positioning from Cookies. Just in that perfect place where you want to be with the floor flip. Your options are pretty limitless, and especially against this Atlas who you just watched his primary. He only had so many options, right? Yuki, she can only do so much against you. The banish comes out from Venom, keeping Cookies out of the play. But that is both barriers down once again, and TMCT is really on a comeback from this point.
Yeah, and that's the new era buff diff. You know, it's so much harder to react to that primary, and Sloth making great use of it to take that barrier. Yumi uses the shotgun to damage Geo and can't get it pushed through because the core speed was gone from the flip. Sloth pushing up towards his bottom side, potentially a flip, but doesn't even need to as Geo hits 4 different things with a single primary.
It was just well placed. My goodness. Well done. I mean, just the vision. It was there. This Rasmus is going to take set MVP. Reminder, Venom Yami does have the 2 sparks, but there's those sparks of this draft. There is a lot of stagger, however, and fight or flight. A great awakening for this map, but so is Hotshot. Oh my goodness. This is a stacked draft for this map.
Yeah, I mean, Hotshot Out was very scary here, right? You're almost guaranteed to hit the core with your buttons, and this is such a disgusting draft. Like, there's not a single person here who is unhappy with what they have. Of course, like as the rune here, maybe not as happy to deny Monu from the era, but like it was kind of your only good option anyways. As immediate double barrier here, as TMCT is just on an absolute tear, and the primary just can't reach.
It just can't reach, and it really looks like TMCT has found their footing in this game after a very destructive set 1 from Raw. TMCT has come back swinging as they have just taken exactly as they needed to. Fast barriers, fast gameplay, that is what they need to break down this team of Raw. As one barrier does go down for TMCT, as I've cursed to them, it is now an open barrier.
Yeah, very scary here as Yumi doing a very good job dribble. Yuki ends up getting caught dribbling against the back wall. Gio with the piercing shot here, unable to find anything. Venom teleports up to help Yumi. The bandage hits everyone. Unable to really find anything off of it as Hook's pushing up, but a great clear by Yuki here to hold off for now.
And it's just going to go through from the shotgun.
Oh.
I thought...
Oh.
That is a bummer. I mean, if I'm Sloth, I'm thinking, okay, my NATO's going to hit this. I'm going to play around it being captured by it. And then, no, oh, let me defend coming out from Cookies.
Oh.
No.
That's a tough look.
You don't want to see that if you're Sloth. Oh, as you almost get double barriered, the mental boom must be crazy.
Yeah, very good, strong offensive push here by Yumi and Venom as they're pushing up here, unable to really find anything. It's actually... The main unfortunate thing is that Sloth doesn't have time to charge full NATOs. All of them pretty much have to be half charged, and you kind of really want that. The explosive entrance shotgun getting the red core speed. What a hook here as well.
Oh!
As Yuki unable to really get anything as Cookies with the double size on the pendulum swing. It converts so fast.
I mean, that was just just a lot of cool stuff happened in quick succession. Wow. I mean, that hook was really good. The timing on Umi's shotgun to get the barrier was really good. Just cinema. As we get into TMCT's potential set point here to take the set 3. This Geo is potentially being postured, being taken out, but Cookies just get down, Mr. President. Oh my goodness. Great team coordination.
Yeah, Cookies did a very good job of blocking the rune pillar from forming and ends up fitting out Yumi. Almost gets KO'd in the process by Yumi still. This Drakar build is really scary for that. But very well played here. The Atlas ult is used to keep Venom alive for now, but low whip no eBay almost does get taken down as Yuki tries to get it up to Yumi, but unable to find anything as this power play has now begun.
Oh, that's not what you want to see in a power play.
Oh,
and wow, that is going to be the barrier, and so quickly the set as Cookies finds the goal. Well played from the side of TMCT, and this could potentially be the final set for this series as we get into this draft. Estelle up front could look to take this spark, but doesn't exactly need to. Can wait for it to fall a little bit if he does want to take the spark. Okay, there's 2 sparks. Yeah,
there is 2 of them.
Probably going for the double deny so that Venom doesn't get 3.
Yeah, especially with this cooldown reduction, like you kind of have to. That is the most scary one to have against this enemy comp here, as he does still get the Among, right? And Atlas getting Whistle Prop is such a big deal here. Actually could be a big difference maker, as this Drakar is so fast now on secondary. Oh my.
Oh wow, yeah.
This will be interesting because like Sloth is pretty dangerous if they can keep on the offense, right? And that's kind of what you want to do with Aragoli on this map, and they've done a good job of it. But it is so easy to just collapse, but Sloth able to take the first barrier here with the Bewitching Beam.
It's just well placed, absolutely. I mean, it was scary for a second, and Venom Yami's gone! I was just about to say that banish that he got earlier was wonderful, but now there will be no more banishes for at least 7 more seconds as TMCT once again on the power play. Not going to find anything just yet. Umi and Yuki just playing so well into that defense. All of the abilities and pushes stopped, but that is Cookies with the secondary is going to find it off of the power play, and a great strike through Venom up into that corner is going to find the goal.
Yeah, the Among Titans diff there makes the strike was really hard, especially against a double-sized Rasmus, who picked up that spark of power. The main reason that KO ended up happening, as this is trying to go for a banish play. Oh no, he lost both barriers.
Oh no.
7-second OD point? Is this Inkies? Are we secretly on Inkies here?
Right? Holy moly. The splash zone from Venom's pillars unfortunately led to the double barrier there. But that is just, you know, one of the risks that you take when you're playing that character and you go for those types of plays. Does use the secondary, well placed there, trying to make up for what happened earlier, and that is going to be the core caught by Sloth. He is just so fast. These pushes on Oni are so hard to make real against him as Umi now finds one barrier, might find another. The pillar comes out. Another pillar comes out, greatly placed, and that is 3 flips though, Jay, and that is so scary. This could be it.
Can't find anything here. Another flip though, and that is it. TMCT, a very dominating performance with an era goalie on Oni Village.
Oh my.
And honestly, like, I kind of realized Yuki has Recov plus like a monk size, and like, you just get hits done so often when you're that big. Like, your stealth primary just hits you so often. And Sloth makes the era goalie work.
He makes it work beautifully. I mean, they had to find their footing in that first set, but once they did, it was just lights out for Raw. I mean, it was just so well executed from this Ristel plus era combo. I mean, there was so many great opportunities, but unfortunately, it's just shot down by the era primaries and just the speed at which Sloth was able to respond to anything he needed to.
Yeah, and I mean, incredibly well played by this team, right? You know, keeping this 2-0. Yeah, I didn't expect this game to be so short. It's Oni Village, you know, like a 15-minute Oni Village game, and it wasn't against the side that was playing era goalie. Crazy.
That is crazy. I mean, we saw a lot of Era's weaknesses, right, in that situation where when they were able to get it up there, you know, the shotguns were finding their marks, right? Umi was getting what needed to be done, but just Ristel, the Rasmus Estelle, so strong, and just there's a reason why it's a staple on this map. It is one of the 2 pairings of characters that can really deal with any melee goalie's options, right? They can cover everything together, and with an Era, with the speed, with the size, with the enhanced beam, it's just so overwhelming.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Rasmus Estelle 3 of the 4 games today. It might be a really strong comp still. I mean, this comp has been so strong for so long, and it's just become a staple at this point, right? So much hit stun, so much core control. You can pivot to damage. Like, it is so scary. And it's like, if you can pilot it well, the other team doesn't stand a chance.
No, they don't. We get in the replays here. Yeah, the unfortunate. That's where it just really started to go back. It's sorry from Sloth. Unfortunate. Yep, but TMCT just really ran away with this one. So, you know, if you're feeling any kind of way about how TMCT played, there's a poll in chat right now for the series MVP. I would recommend you get in there. You click who you think performed. Chat, I'm actually not going to tell you who to vote for. I'm not going to give any sort of bias here. Figure it out for yourself. You can read the chat messages of who people are glazing. But what a series, Jay. What a fun one to cast.
Oh yeah, it was truly a great time, you know. It's always fun to cast these exciting games.
Oh yeah.
And see some incredible gameplay that I wish I could replicate.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I wish that was me. But I think you know what? I think that's it for us, Jay. I think we're getting out of here. I think it's time for us to bid you all adieu. French people in chat, please. I'm American. I didn't mean to mispronounce that. Please don't hurt me. Jay, thank you again.
Get him!
No, please.
Thank you all for having me. It's always a pleasure to cast here, and yeah, enjoy the post shows next. Yeah, so enjoy that.
See you soon, chat. Goodbye. See you later.
Hello, everyone. We're in the little post-show section. We got our games done. With me, I got a few beautiful people who ended up winning their series today. First of all, Nero, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Swifty, you're here as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good as well. Hello.
And then last but not least, Czar, yet again, how are you doing?
I'm also doing good.
Huge. All right, we had a few games today. Only one that ended up going to Game 3 today. The rest were 2-0s. Some of them, I would argue, were a bit... I feel like the 2-0 doesn't necessarily represent it. So we'll start still chronologically, though. The Big Bean Burrito, Turkey and Cats matchup. Swifty, talk me through it. When you guys ended up... Oh, I need to remember myself. Oh, did you lose game 1 or game 2? Sorry, I did terrible research.
We lost game 2.
You lost game 2. So when you got when that Taiko Temple game was done, it was a pretty rough one as well for you guys, if I remember. I think there was only 1 goal. What was going through your mind at that point in preparation for game 3? Because a matchup against Turkey and Cats, right? They're a great team. They can take games off of people. But it's probably not one where you would want to be dropping a series. Going into that night market game, did you feel like there's going to be any like strategy adjustment for your side, or did you just say, hey, bad game, is what it is, we move on?
That was just a very bad game. Like we griefed draft so hard. I don't know what's going on inside our heads there. But game 3 I was like, fine, just mental reset. It's fine. We got this.
Yeah,
and we
I mean
did
it can
get
happen, right? Yeah, you ended up getting it in the end. The game still wasn't as decisive as you probably would have liked it to, but in the end you get the win. I really like the adjustment that the guys made as well, by the way, because when we were in draft at that point, I saw the Asher lock-in. I was expecting that to go on you, even though fully knowing that Picshot's obviously a great Asher as well. And especially with the Erasmus pick in the end, it kind of solidified it, in my head at least, that Asher's going to go on net for you and Rasmus will be up for Pickshot. What was like the decision making during that process? Did you already draft with the idea of Asher's going up to Pickshot anyways, or was it more so towards the end when you had a finishing draft, the realization of like, oh wait, we can just put Rasmus in net, we get Asher up front, and Asher's going to play into a Kazan that's going to be basically impossible to defend against? How did you come up with that team comp essentially?
Well, Asher was originally gonna go on Pickshot anyway. We didn't want them to get Asher Estelle again, so we took it for ourselves. Then they took Era X. Whoa. And Rasmus just felt like the best solution to keep X from getting core all the time.
Yeah, that is very fair. I'm just double checking like the win rates, by the way, guys. This Era week, just 2 wins today and I think 3 or 4 losses. Maybe it's over. But yeah, I mean, you got the win in the end, right? That's the first important series win of the season. That's a good step already going towards making it into playoffs. So happy for you that you were able to pull through. Definitely a good thing for yourself as well going into the next week. Going into the next matchup, Luma versus Girl. Game 1, Czar. The Demon Dice pick, it's not something we really see. We're in EU here, right? We kind of just handshake at Lab, Taiko, Night Market, and Clarion if it's in the pool. How come the Demon Dice pick was what you guys decided on? Was it going down to like, oh, I feel like we are just more equipped with a character pool to go on a map like that, or was there maybe some other kind of idea going into it?
I mean, most teams don't really practice it as much, or already just that advantage, and also, you know, you do a lot of damage naturally, so you're able to just absolutely dominate with damage and then just win off of that, while other teams are not really prepared to face on DD as much, or don't have as much preparation for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very much so. It's not a map that gets picked often, and that's the reason behind it, right? People aren't necessarily equipped to play it. Going into the draft, and when you saw the Monumentalist pop up, did that like throw a wrench into your plans for the draft, or were you already not that certain of what your ban is going to be anyways? Like, did you have a draft prepared that just kind of got destroyed because you need to deny denial pick? Or was it kind of like, oh, whatever, will be fine anyways for you guys?
I mean, I know ban for us is a very common because we hate healing. And also, Llama could not complain because Rune main character, you know?
Yeah, true. Very true. Going into the game too, Night Market got a bit scary towards the end there. Obviously, confidence is key, right? I don't think you guys ever were in that game talking or thinking about, ooh, we might be losing this one. But were you guys surprised by how much Girl was able to put up a fight in a game like that, especially after you could? I mean, I don't think it's wrong to say such a devastating game one that they were able to correct themselves and bring out that performance. Or did it still kind of go down to expectations of what you guys have anticipated at least against them?
I mean, we definitely didn't expect to lose a set 4 since we also were like 2-0 up quite quickly. I think we just made a little bit too many mistakes and I kind of focused too much on damage for a while and yeah, it backfired a bit.
Yeah,
then we got our footing back set 5, so all is chill.
Yeah, it was still fine. I mean, I still find it funny you were 1 damage off breaking the 52,000 damage mark. You're at 51,999 on that game. So, unlucky. But yeah, damage is the name of the game, and you guys executed that well. I mean, you were able to see that, especially with all the KOs that have been found throughout the series for you. Now that you guys have gone up against Obscura and Girl already, you bested 2 of the more stronger teams or perceived stronger teams in the league. Your next matchup is going to be. Let me double check that before I'm gonna be wrong here. It's gonna be against Forged Fury. Are you guys gonna be approaching that matchup differently compared to what you've been doing so far? Because it might not be a team that is as strongly perceived as the 2 that you have so far, or does it not really change at all how you guys go into it?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I see.
That is fair enough.
If your strategy works against perceived higher rated players, why wouldn't it work against people who are perceived a bit on a lower scale? Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. All right, going into the third game, Zoo against Forged Fury. The one thing I just kind of want to ask you, Nero, is you guys had an interesting draft approach. That one being saying essentially what Jazar said: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You ran back the same comp twice after each other. Is that just kind of like your comfort, your default to be playing on, or did draft just kind of happen in a way where it just was optimal to play the same things and not mix anything up?
I mean, it kind of like went that way. Like, yeah, Liz obviously is good against a team that is focusing on KOs. Like, Tempo got like 20 plus kills last week. So that was like our way to try to shut her down at least a little bit. We also permabunned the Zen. And yeah, like Isn't Rasmus, it was like hotshot start the first game. And then we just kind of run it back the second game. Because, yeah, how you said it, if it works, why fix it?
Okay, you also had in your game too a Spark of Leadership start. Obviously, an Awakening start that people are usually pretty concerned with, right, because of the snowball effect that it could have. When you saw that Spark start, were you concerned at any point that maybe, even though you guys were playing better on the day, the pure fact that they could get a triple leadership and could just snowball out of control would be the reason why you would not be able to take home that game too? Or were you going into it thinking, you know what, it is what it is, we'll see how it's going to play out, and we're just going to make sure that they're not going to get any kind of Spark priority?
I'm actually not sure. Like, I've seen a lot of people be concerned about Spark of Leadership start. But, like, in my opinion, it does not feel that crazy. Like, I don't think the Sparks make that much of a difference. There's so many good awakenings in the draft where we're like, I think in this game we even skipped the Spark just to go something else because there was like fight or flight or whatever, and Siphon took that first, and then we baited enemy team into taking Spark and we got 1-2 on the EUSL. So like, I think it's fine. Don't think it's that crazy overpowered. I don't think we need to ban it as a starter, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, and then I mean, we go to the last game. That was my series, obviously, Team CT against Raw. I don't know. Any of you guys got something you're curious about, or do I just yap? Can reverse the role really quick.
Why did you not lock the Atlas, bro, in the second game?
Because it's I mean, you had that there was like a drafting thing generally, right? Because yes, Atlas would have been fine, but the thing is, I know Yuki thrives on a pick where she can leave the goalie arc quite confidently. That was part of the reason why the Kai was taken out from our side, and other than the Kai, obviously Eros is still a pretty decent pick and can start running up like that. Can start running up like that as well. On the other hand, as well, if we go like Atlas, they can just put Drakkar in the net, and I might have to go up against a more annoying forward as well. So it just felt a bit too convenient to just take the arrow for myself, especially because it's a fine pick on that map. I mean, you saw the results yourself, right? And at that point, I mean, Drek was gone because that was going to be on Yuki. Kai was banned out. Arrow was gone. So Drek was going on Umi, not Yuki. And at that point, there weren't really a lot of picks left for Yuki to go. And I feel like we were confident enough to know that if we're going into an Atlas, yeah, it might not be easy, but we'll do fine, especially if I have my midfielder on his one trick, right? Like, it'll do fine. So...
True, this Geo guy is even more of a one trick, holy. How many Aesthetic games did the guy already play now?
This season?
5?
Yes, 4 out of 5.
No? Yeah.
4 out of 5, yeah. I mean, hey. We've heard it like a few times already before. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? But, yeah. I mean, overall, right, exciting series on across the board, I feel like. I feel like the Luma girls squad series doesn't necessarily represent a 2-0 as well, considering how the game 2 went. Game 1 was still very one-sided. Zoo, Force Fury, and Team CT I feel like are about just, and so is BBB and Turkey's Cats. But that is just week 2. That's going to leave us with a leaderboard where you currently have Luminous Astrals, you have the Zoo, and you have TMCT who are undefeated 2-0. You have Big Bean Burrito and Forge Fury who are 1-1 each, and you have Happy Girls, Obscura, and Turkey's Cats are 0-2. Now, I think the standings are a bit fake because Obscura and Happy Girls had a really rough starting, 2 weeks. So they might be 0-2 right now, but they can very much still make the run up into playoffs, and arguably would be expecting them to make it into that kind of area. What is going to help them a bit moving on is going to be the next week's matchups, because the games that'll happen next week are going to be Big Bean Burrito against Girl, TMCT against Zoo, Cats against Raw, and Luma against Forge Fury. So both the 0-2 teams that are not expected to be 0-2 right now are going to go up against one of the 1-1 teams. Between TMCT and Zoo, someone's guaranteed to go 3-0. And then you have the leftover matchup as well. So we can kind of talk about those matchups, what we kind of think about it. I'm going to start with Big Bean Burrito against Girl. Nero, what are you thinking of that matchup?
I mean, it's probably Happy Girl's first W. They look really strong against the TMCT like the first week, the first game. And now they almost took a set off Luma. So I definitely expect them to 0. Also, I'm not sure if Big Bean Burritos will play with another sub, because first week they played with Luki Mana instead of Netron. Now they played with Pigshot instead of Imak. Yeah, I think Happy Girls will win this.
What do you have to say about this, Swifty?
I mean, it's definitely Happy Girls favored, in my opinion, but I think we could definitely pull a win through, especially if we have main roster playing. Happy Girls are a very strong opponent, but I think we could just win the mental warfare.
And then Czar, any thoughts on that series that haven't been mentioned already?
Not really. I think it's just going to be a 2-0 for girls, unfortunately.
Okay, then we can move into the second matchup of that day. It's going to be Team CT against Zoo. You, as the only team that is 2-0 and not in that matchup, what is your take on how that one's going to be going? Because both Zoo and Team CT, they've had a good showing already, right? They're 2-0 for a reason. Do you think, who do you have winning that series?
I mean, I think TMCT has the advantage, but I think Zoo could probably pull some shenanigans. I wouldn't leave Zoo out of the running on that game. But I do think TMCT is a bit more favored.
What's your opinion on that, Swifty?
So I spaced out for a bit. Which series are we talking about?
It's a run back of Grim. TMCT Zoo.
TMCT Zoo. I think TMCT is favored to win, although Zoo is. I mean, when we played against Zoo, I got terrified, honestly. Like both teams could very well take the win. I think it's gonna be a 2-1. Not sure for which team, but it's definitely going to game 3.
Okay. And then, well, Nero, I mean, we're kind of on opposite ends on this one here. Do we just want a handshake? Who gets more Atlas picks will win, and we'll just play it out that way, or?
I mean, it sounds good, but like, I don't think our 2-0 scores are like the same. Like, you guys definitely played the way harder teams than us. So it definitely is your favorite, I would say. But like from recent games, like in buffs or whatever, I think it can be close. I think if we fix our drafting, it's a little bit better. But yeah, I would say it will be a close game, definitely.
I mean, I'm excited for it, right? Out of a TMCT perspective, we got a funny the first 3 weeks. So far, we've been able to pull through, and that's kind of going to be the finishing remark of our opener until we're inevitably just waiting for week 7. So, yeah, I'm excited to see the series play out. I don't know. I kind of hope it would be very funny if we could just play out the series and just leave Atlas completely uncontested, but I don't think that's happening. So we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, I will still back myself to win it, but I don't think it's going to be an easy matchup for us to play out. Going into game 3, Cats against Obscura. One of these teams is going to be getting their first W. That's a forced situation. Both of them are 0-2. Swifty, who do you see getting their first win in that matchup?
Probably Obscura. I'm not very confident Cats would be able to beat them, but they could always surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair, right? The Cats is kind of like a little bit of an unknown factor simply because it's just players that we haven't seen that much before in EUSL that are a bit more new to it. You see them in weeklies and they have their showings as well. Obscura, on the other hand, a bit more of a known factor, and again, another victim of Luma TMCT opener reeks, which could be the reason why the O2 might be a bit fake. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. Nero, what do you have there?
I mean, I also have Obscura winning this one. After this second week, Umi is getting Cookie's coaching, so that guy will be a beast now. And I think he's playing Drekka even more now, which is not a good thing. But yeah, no, like Umi will thrive. Like he will dominate this game.
And then Zar, anything to add on your end about that series?
Can we stop making direct forward players already, please?
You used to play with one. It's okay like that often, no?
Not often.
I remember
Sometimes.
Specifically in our grand finals, direct priority was.
Well, yeah,
there.
you used to play only Atlas, and Drek is good into. What do you want from him?
I mean, yeah, it's fair. That's fair.
I'm not touching Drek for this entire season, by the way, on my life.
All right, we're noting that. If you ever pick it, I will be reminding you of this moment.
Okay. It's not illegal, so I'll still do it if I have to. Unlike you. If Alex forces me, I will have to. I'm lucky.
Okay, but you would then, I assume, also be more on the side of Obscura taking
Yeah,
that series.
I'm more
Okay.
on the side of Obscura.
And then last matchup, you against Forged Fury, going up against the partially American team. Anything you want to be declaring a week prior to that series happening, or you're just kind
good
of
luck.
waiting for it? Yeah.
Just good luck. That's all.
Nero, who do you have taking
I
that
hope
one?
they have fun.
Yeah, true. Nero, who do you have winning that series?
I mean, obviously Luma, but I hope Tempo gets some KOs against them.
I mean, hey, you guys were doing a lot of damage towards Tempo's KO record progress. I think she got 10 KOs today, which is a bit less than the 24 from week 1. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe she's gonna get more. Maybe she's not gonna get as much. Swifty, who do you favor there?
Luma, definitely Luma. Although Tempo Melon is definitely a factor to be considered with the KOing.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, I would be inclined to agree, right? Like, I don't know if I've even talked about my opinions, but quick rundown. I think Girl's taking it against Big Bean Burrito. I think Team CT's taking it against Zoo. I think Raw's taking it against Cats. And I think Luma's taking it against Forged Fury. Which would mean the standings will get a bit mixed up more. But we're still pretty early in the season, right? Everyone still has their realistic chances at making it into playoffs. And making that run, it's just going to be a bit more difficult if you didn't have a great start to the season. But we'll see. I think if you're starting 0-3 at that point, you might be a bit concerned. But so far, there's only one team that's guaranteed to do that. But until then, we got another week of essentially of waiting as the matches are being ready and the players are going to prepare for it. So I think this is where we're going to wrap it up today as well. Nero Swifties, thank you very much for being on this little post-show segment. It was a pleasure having you. For everyone watching, we're back in a week again for EUSL Week 3 with these matchups that you see right now. If you cannot wait to see any kind of competitive Omega strikers anymore, and you need that itch fixed, you can play tomorrow, Bob, Bulk Up Battlegrounds. Sign up for it tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central European Summertime, I believe. You can sign up for it upper and lower division. You have a lower division for people that are not as high in the solo queue ladder, so they can get an even playing experience as well. So do sign up for that. The deadline for registration is going to be 2 hours prior to the tournament start, so that's going to be 2 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow and Sunday. So yeah, sign up for Bob. We're going to sign off for a week now in terms of stream, so I'll have a lovely time, and yeah, see ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.